be a flustering experience for Coffee Prince. I don't think Coffee Prince was prepared to face the Zafina here. Vermilion certainly has been applying the pressure, and now the mental pressure added on top of that.
I don't think anyone has, expected Vermilion to bring out the Zafina. This is what we're talking about being unpredictable.
Certainly is unpredictable, but Vermilion still pressuring Coffee Prince here. Coffee might be on the colder side today, as he hasn't really landed anything.
Welcome back here at the National Season 3 Tekken Conference Group Stage, day number 4, ladies and gentlemen. Andito na tayo ngayon sa second to the last day ng ating group stage. And really can't wait for that, mga kaibigan. And syempre, kailangan na mag-step up nandun sa bottom 2, of course, to prevent elimination. And to all the people who's watching right now, good afternoon to all of you guys. My name is Phil, your panel host for today. And syempre, alongside with me is sobrang mga nagagwapuhan na si Young Rafiki at saka si Rav. Boys, how are you? Let's start with Rav.
Oh my gosh, this heat is only equaled by how hot the Tekken action we are about to witness, and yeah, I'm just really excited.
How about you, Young Rafiki?
Well, it's the calm before the storm. At di naman din calm eh. Parang this is the fear. this is where everything starts getting hot. Everything is electric. The atmosphere right now is electric. You can feel the static in your palms right now. Kasi everything is so important to all these players.
It's important, and to be honest, it's actually super scary because, of course, ulitin ko, tatlong player ngayon ang nasa danger zone. So later on, we're gonna dig deeper into that, and syempre yung mga patch notes na nangyayari, of course, dito sa mundo ng Tekken later on, mga kaibigan, is syempre iisa-isahin na natin yan. Pero just to give you a recap on what happened ng mga nakaraang araw dito, we're just gonna show you the standings dito ngayon sa The National. So, nangunguna pa rin na mga kaibigan, syempre ang nag-iisa, which is si Maru from a BRE Pro. Next is Vermilion from Technology Warriors. Smart Omega, we have Jules right here. Hapon from SEO Olympians, followed by AK, of course, from also the group Playbook Esports Eagles. Okay, I want to talk about this, my kind sirs, sir gentlemen, mga kuya. Well, actually, ang problema kasi kay AK is medyo hindi ata siya nakita lagi on top. Kasi parang napunta ata siya sa bottom 6 or 7 maybe sa mga nakarang araw. What do you think? Ba't kaya nangyari yun? Let's start with Raf.
Well, I think AK has always been the type of player to, I wouldn't necessarily say coast, but he's not operating at full power yet. Although we've seen him scale more and more as the days have passed. And hopefully by the next few episodes, he's really gonna turn it up, because once again, this is not the type of performance we normally see from him.
How about you, Rafiki?
parang carry lang yan si AK eh. Like, let him farm, let him take his time. At babawi siya sa late game. Pero aside from that, it's just everyone has been stepping up from the bottom to the top here. In all aspects of players, the competition has been steadily improving, and we're seeing it now. How tight the competition is dito sa top half and even in our bottom half.
Pero actually, I really love this top 5 kasi nakikita talaga natin yung consistency. Number 1 in terms of consistency is syempre si Maru, si Vermilion, si Jules, and si Hapon. Pero later on, pag-uusapan natin yan. So second part naman ng standings natin, sino ba yung nasa bottom 5? Which of course, si Coffee Prince sitting at the top 6. Machinehead is right there on the top 7. Kunicat from Signal Ultra Warrior is right there sa top 8 natin. Pero ang pinaka-delikado talaga dito is number 1 si Jason from Los Audio Group, Playbook Esports Eagles, and syempre si Don Argus from Happy Feet Emperors. This is gonna be a tough one for sure for Jason and Don Argus. They need to pull everything off para makaalis sila dito sa top 9 and top 10. This is gonna be really difficult, Raf.
It really is, considering that, oh man, like you said, everybody has been stepping it up. The players are so bloodthirsty. These points are getting fewer and fewer. And as much as I love enjoying watching these players play, it's just really, really becoming precarious for both of them.
Yeah, for sure. And ito pa yung nakikita ko. Si Kunicat kasi, we all know na back then, of course, sa play-ins natin, siya talaga yung nangunguna. Top of the food chain lagi, pero bigla siyang bumaba. What do you think happened to Kunicat here?
Well,
Yung Rafiki.
Okay. To be perfectly honest, it really is just a sign of the veterancy sa mga ibang players natin. If you look at most of his losses, it came from veterans such as AK, such as I think he beat Vermilion, but he didn't beat Maru. Coffee Prince had his run back, Hapon doing better. And even then, he still has flashes of brilliance. That's why he's a little safer than the others. Pero tingnan natin tong schedule na to. Jason versus Kunicat, Kunicat versus Hapon, Maru at tsaka Don Argus. Each and every single one of these players can possibly drag Kunicat down if he's not ready to step up. But he's been evolving since day one, and we're probably gonna see him really show off his survival capability for survival.
Next naman dito sa ating Who's in the Danger Zone, mga kaibigan, is of course andito naman si Jason from Los Audio Group, Playbook Esports Eagles. Nakita natin tong kapartner ni AK. Well, he's not really performing that well if we're gonna compare it nung mga ibang season dito sa Nationals. Is talagang sobrang on point talaga yung performance niya. Pero what do you think happened to Jason? Mukhang nahulog ata siya dito sa top 9 natin. What did you say about that, Raf?
I would say Jason has been incredibly creative, and he's definitely grown out of his problems from the first season, but there's still those I would say rough edges that he's been working on, right? But yeah, this competition is so tight. It's just so hard to drop even a step. He's been looking really, really good, but so is everyone else.
Yeah, that's true. Well, nakikita natin dito yung score ni Justin dito is actually 18. Next is 21. So that is just 3 points, mga kaibigan. Pero ang pinakahuli dito sa Who's in the Danger Zone is actually Don Argus from Happy Emperors. This is the person na talagang kailangan talagang kabahan. And syempre, kailangan din talaga mag-step up and ipo lahat ng strings para makabawi dito. And really can't wait if ever ba na makakabawi pa siya. Pero sa mata ba ng mga casters natin, Rav, I'm gonna ask you, do you think na meron pa bang chance si Don Argus dito?
Absolutely. I have full faith in everyone on the roster that they have a chance to fight it out. Because again, these guys are the best of the best, and they all have the capacity to do so. But Don Argus, he has a chance. It's not the widest margin in the world.
And yeah, we've talked about Don Argus and syempre Jason and Kunicat is yung mga napunta sa danger zone. Pero syempre pag-usapan naman natin yung mga top performance noong Thursday. We've seen all these players really battle their hearts out para lang at least makabawi at makakuha pa ng points natin on our top performers nung Thursday rather. We've seen all of these players like Maru getting 6 points and Vermilion as well getting 5 points. We've seen all of these players back then nung season 1, season 2, lagi silang nasa Lagi sila sa top 1, top 2, top 3, top 4 or anything. At talagang their performance is really on point. Pero the question is, for Maru and Vermilion, makikita ba natin sila sa finals, Young Rafiki?
Oh, definitely. They've always been, like Maru, we've seen him in the finals twice already. And Vermilion on the other hand is the same. But if you look at Maru right now, he's been evolving throughout, and he's been using a lot of characters, throwing people off, and you're never gonna get the same Maru twice in the same exact match. And yeah, that's one of his biggest strengths. He's just so hard to predict, and he's so disciplined in the right times, and that's what makes him so good.
To be honest, if ever na nasa shoes ako ni Maru, medyo kailangan ko talagang kabahan and sobrang pressure din kasi ako na lang yung natitilang BRE Pro dito sa leaderboard natin. Pero at least he's really doing his job well, and talagang nakuha pa talaga niya yung top 1 dito sa leaderboard natin. Up next, of course, we have Signal Ultra Warriors, which is Vermilion, ang Pinoy Devil Jin, mga kaibigan. Pero what do you think is the performance of Vermilion ngayon? Nakukuha ba niya expectations niyo or not, Raf?
Well, Vermilion has always been great in the regular season, and he's been doing just that. I love the fact that he has expanded his character pool. We've seen this Julia way more than we did in the previous seasons. This regular old Jim has also been pretty frequent for him, and I love that he still has that Devil Jin as a, I wouldn't really say passive threat, but we haven't seen the full extent of that.
Parang sinasabi mo na parang hindi talaga na utilize masyado si Devil Jin dito because of course we have a lot of characters here, and syempre you need to be flexible and versatile as well para lang at least hindi mabasa agad-agadan ng mga kalaban mo yung mga characters na nilalaro niyo. Well, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. That is our top performance from the games noong Thursday, mga kaibigan. Pero tulad nga ng pag-usapan natin kanina is meron tayong isang malaking patch na nangyari dito sa Tekken 7. And I really can't wait na pag-usapan natin yan. Pero, ayan, si Pogi naman si Pogi. Di ba? So, dito na makikita yung segment ni Porokun, pero wala si Porokun dito. Actually, that is really amazing. Pero, umpisahan na natin to. Actually, sa totoo lang, medyo this patch is in favor actually para dun sa mga players na sa danger zone, which is si Jason at si Don Argus. Pero, magsimula muna tayo dito sa first Porus patch notes natin, which is kay Armor King. Jason, ladies and gentlemen, he's one of the best Armor Kings here in town. Pero ano kaya ang magiging effect nitong patch na to kay Jason or sa buong gameplay? Young Rafiki.
Actually, I want to give this to Raf kasi he's the Armor King main. So go ahead.
Go Raf. Go Raf.
I mean, you ain't wrong, but anyway, so Armor King, this is definitely a great help to every Armor King player out there. I wouldn't necessarily say this is a game-breaking patch for him, but he's definitely much stronger. A lot of his tracking issues have been addressed. His low blow is finally minus 14, just like his less cool counterpart in King. And I have to say though, we know Jason. We know Jason will utilize the most out of all of the damage buffs he's been given. Down back 1+2 is now in a big counter hit launcher and has added frames. I would say it's a bit of a replacement for forward 4 as well. But man, Armor King looking real good.
Looking real good actually for this character, and syempre kay Jason din if he's gonna use this. Pero up next, ladies and gentlemen, it's actually Heihachi. Well, apparently makikita natin to na talagang lagi din ginagamit ni Don Argus and Jules. Do you think ba ito na ang sagot ni Don Argus para makaalis sa danger zone? Young Rafiki.
Well, definitely. There are a lot of things that Heihachi has that have been increased. You have a faster while rising punish with the while rising 1. Your jab and your DF1 have been increased in range. And of course, aside from that, you get from forward 4, you get free you get a free twin pistons, which makes it even better. Kasi like once again, it makes Heihachi an even bigger aggressive threat as always. And also aside from that, Spinning Demon getting plus frames is also another thing that just honestly it just basically means that it's a Heihachi day. This patch was a Heihachi day. And I'm actually really excited to see not only Don Argus but Jules utilize all these new tools to their liking.
Parang sinasabi ni Don Argus and Jules dito, narinig ng Tekken gods yung dasal nila na lalo pang palakasin or maybe pwede rin sabihin natin na balansehin pa yung mga characters na ginagamit nila. Up next, of course, we have Lily and Leo. Ano ba ang nangyari dito kay Lily and Leo? Which is apparently talaga mag-benefit dito is syempre yung nasa top 1 natin, which is si Maru. So, what do you think of this, Raph?
Firstly, the moment I saw the Lily patch notes, every single Lily player I know just started coming alive and posting a lot of things. Like, yes, there's definitely shades of some of Lily's strength from the older games, specifically Tekken 6 and FF3, I believe. And just outright, she's a bigger menace than what she was previous to this patch. Leo has received much needed buffs. FF2 was absolutely pitiful at -10. It is now -9. Gives her a bit of semblance of a approach game now. F4 being a counter hit launcher, one of her biggest gifts of this patch as well. And I'd have to say Bamco has done such a great job of pushing our mid cards. You know, these guys or everyone in this patch has definitely been a winner, at least for the most part.
How about you, yung Rafik? Any thoughts mo dito kay Lily and Leo?
Well, honestly, there's the more options that you have with Lily is just great. Same with me. My friends just started pulling out Lily more ever since they read the patch notes, and of course Leo getting more counter hit options is always welcome. Because let's be honest, combo damage was kind of miserable, and there wasn't really much to be done aside from like just giving her just better options in general.
So makikita natin dito if this patch notes or this update is going to be in favor of Maru. So later on, we're gonna see that. Pero last but not the least, of course, isa sa pinakabago na character yung sa Tekken, which is si Lydia. I'm gonna ask you guys, if ever lang talagang gamitin nila, if ever talaga na ito na talaga yung i-main nila or gamitin pa ulit-ulit dito sa araw na to, ano kaya yung magiging effect ni Lydia sa mga matches natin today, Raph?
I mean, my god, Lydia's Rage Drive is one of the things that was gutted heavily in this patch. Come on, Namco, just make it plus 20G. It was fine. No, not really. But yeah, Lydia has been, I wouldn't necessarily say brain dead strong, but she was a criminal in the sense that her pokes did outrageous damage. Down forward 4 was a suspect, down back 2 was a suspect. And it's refreshing to see that she is more on the level of the other characters now.
So that's it. That is the Porkins patch notes, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, we have the patch notes for Armor King, Heihachi, Lilian, Leo, and Lydia. We've talked about everything. Yung mga na-buff, yung mga na-nerf, and yung mga mas na-balance pa. Pero I know you guys are really excited about this. Ano ba ang mangyayari today? Ano ba yung schedule today? Pero actually, I'm really excited on what's gonna happen today because it's all about the first segment, mga kaibigan. Because first match is gonna be AK versus Coffee Prince. The next game, it's actually this, guys. This is actually super hot. It's actually Vermilion versus AK. It's like the battle of the titans again and again. Up next, actually, from Happy Feet Emperors, we have Coffee Prince versus Vermilion, Jason versus Kunicat. Up next is Kunicat versus Hapon. And doon naman sa ating second segment ng ating schedule. First match natin doon is actually Don Argus from Happy Feet Emperors versus Jason from Los Orgullo Playbook Esports Eagles. And the Machinehead versus Hapon. Jules from Smart Omega versus Don Argus from Happy Feet Emperors. And last but not the least, it's a Maru versus Jules. And guys, ano yung thoughts nyo dito sa first segment and the second segment natin? Sobrang init yung mga matches, Raph.
I am just so excited to see Maru face off Jules. We've seen this time and time again, but the evolution that we've seen from these players every single time they finish a match is just absolutely phenomenal. I love the way they adapt to each other, and they've been really, I would say, a bit more creative this time around compared to the previous seasons of the Nationals.
Pero actually, I really can't wait nga dito sa mga matches natin dito, lalong-lalo na nakita natin ngayon ang featured match of the day, which is actually Jason versus Kunicat. It's actually really amazing na makita natin yung mga players knowing, ito yung sinasabi ko, Jason with 18 points, followed by Kunicat with 21 points. 3 points lang yung pagitan nila. This is gonna be the question. I-gatekeep ba ni Kunicat si Jason dito sa 9th place, or Jason will gonna go climb up the ladder and go here dito sa 8th place para lang at least medyo maganda yung simula nung kanyang last day tomorrow? What are your thoughts on this, young Rafiki?
Honestly, this is a super important match, not only for these two players, but also for Don Argus. If you think about it, it's gonna be one of the hottest matches. What they want, every single point matters, especially dito sa bottom 3 natin. Kasi once again, it's danger zone. There's so much there's so much on the line for every single player, for all 3 of these players. And as much as possible, Jason or Kunicat need to get that 2-0, or else the shadow of Don Argus will be chasing up to them should he have good games today. Then.
Yeah, that's true. Knowing na yung last time that they met, it's actually 2-1 in favor of Jason. So there's gonna be a revenge coming in from Kunicat. With, look at that, 72% ang bumoto dito kay Kunicat. Believe naman dito kay Jason with 28%. So later on, makikita natin yan sa ating featured match of the day. And syempre, kung merong featured match, meron tayong featured player of the day, which is the man himself, again and again, Don Argus.
Oh God.
Ang siya yung pinakakailangan talagang mag-step up dito. Siya yung tao talaga na sobrang pressured na niya, but he needs to keep his composure and chill lang siya. Just play his game, be comfortable, enjoyin mo lang ang mangyayari dito. He's gonna be up against Jason later on and Jules. What are your thoughts on this, Raph?
Let's go, Jim. Like, this is, I don't want to show any biases with, man, this is, honestly, this is something, Jim. If he conquers this, when he conquers this is gonna be something for the books, because it's funny too, because these are the season 1 Omegas he's against today, so there's definitely like a little bit of a story there.
How about you, young Rafiki?
It's honestly like a battle of mental now. It's a battle of faith. It's a battle of how good you are when your back is against the wall. And let's see. Kasi once again, Don Argus still has a chance, and if he wins every single game today and tomorrow, then he's gonna go down in history as somebody who's made the comeback of the year, basically.
Tulad nga na sinasabi mo kanina, si Don Argus carry to. So sa makikita natin yun sa dulo lang din no. Parang pwede natin sabihin na mala FPJ, Lito Lapid or ganyan. Alam mo yung mga Filipino heroes, syempre sa umpisa binubugbog, pero sa huli sila yung mananalo. Hindi po gagawin bigla. Ganun, di ba? Sakto Tekken to, di ba? So malay mo, ganun na mangyari. Hopefully, hopes up dito para kay Don Argus, her Map Feet Emperors. And that's it, ladies and gentlemen. We've heard all the thoughts of our casters, which is Young Rafiki and Raf. So now we're gonna head on to our games, kasi for sure, sobrang excited na rin kayo. Once again, this is the National Season 3 Tekken Conference Group Stage. Day number 4. This is gonna be the second to the last day, mga kaibigan. So kailangan talaga natin mas pag-igihan pa. And syempre, don't forget to type in sa comment box natin kung sino ba yung sinusuportahan nyo dito. Give them your love, give them your support, para syempre mas mabuhayan pa yung mga sinusuportahan nyo. Once again, my name is Vil. So Young Rafiki and Raf, let's go!
Thank you so much, Vil, and welcome, guys. We are finally gonna start these matches. As I'm Ernest Rafiki Bizon, and here with me is Raf. The National Season 3 Tekken Conference Pro League Group Stage Day 4 is coming to a start, and it is gonna be a hot start. But before we begin, let us remind you, beautiful folks, that this tournament is under the supervision and regulation of the Games and Amusement Board. And Raf, everything's on the line. It's still day 4, but everything is on the line. Every single win matters to every single player right now.
That's right, and I love the emphasis. I love the energy, It's just, at this point, At this point, it's really all about the veterancy. And talking about veterancy, I think the next video we're gonna see is definitely on the shoulders of Titans, and in this case, Eagles.
Mhm.
Hi guys, my name is LPE AK and here with me is...
I'm LPE JS5N and we're from Los Playbook Eagles. White.
Ano?
Kapulugan ng buwan.
Kabilugan ng buwan! Tawa. J-Boy.
Sa boy.
J-Boy Dizon! J-Boy Dizon! J-Boy Dizon! J-Boy Dizon! J-Boy Dizon!
Keyboard pa yun.
J-Boy Dizon! J-Boy
Keyboard.
Dizon! Tao! Oh, J-Boy Dizon! Pangalan! J-Boy Dizon! J-Boy Dizon!
J-Boy Dizon! Between na walang nickname.
Bitpin na walang ingning! Akala mo lang wala, pero meron!
Huwag mo na sabihin kay, mapatagalin ko na ng 59 seconds, tapos sabihin ko. Wala na yung nahihirapan.
Alam na.
Kasi akala mo lang.
Alam mo na.
59 seconds. No?
Basic. Akala mo lang wala. Pero,
Akala mo lang wala, pero meron. Watch the national season with Tekken 7 Pro League.
starting May 12, 2021, every Wednesday, Thursday, Saturday, and Sunday, live at the Nationals Facebook page.
This is the Nationals. Ito ang liga.
How does that even work? Like, how do they even know? That's crazy.
Dude, for real, Jason is good at reading lips like he's reading other people. And honestly, you guys can watch the full video, of course, at the Nationals Facebook page and on their YouTube channel. But of course, we're going to go straight to the matches. God, the Eagles are so good at this. And of course, speaking of Eagles, it's going to be LPE AK versus Happy Feet Emperor's Coffee Prince. As we could see the head-to-head record here, 15-7, 6 characters to 3. And AK getting a little bit of a better win rate here over Coffee Prince.
Right, we all know AK is a man of many talents, and even outside of lip reading, his in-game reads are absolutely insane as well. But why you gotta show this highlight when I say that this man has good reads? Come on, guys, are you trying to discredit me? But anyway, we all know AK is arguably the undisputed king of the Nationals. We know how explosive he is. Despite you guys showing this highlight, come on, man.
Well, of course, like, aside from that, even then, it was a bunch of close matches here in the last time they faced off against each other. It just showed that Coffee Prince is not the same Coffee Prince that we've seen before. He does have ice in his veins, and he knows the capabilities of AK, and that's a good starter here, because AK right now, like, his Law has been paying off, his Geese has been paying off, his Akuma has been paying off every now and then, but aside from that, he has been activating in the last few days here in our play-ins. He's at the tip of the danger zone, but if he plays like the way he played before, a few days before, there is no threat. It is no threat to him.
That's right. And like we mentioned, he has been getting better and better as the days pass, and it's what you call the king scaling. But on the other side of the battle is one of the most fabled players of the scene, that is Coffee Prince. Again, it's so hard to put Coffee Prince in a quote-unquote underdog position, because this man has been a champion, has been a great contender, and it's just, like I said, the talent we have on this roster is incredible. As you can see, his Steve hasn't been doing all that well for him, but the rest of his cast has been doing work. And these boys, they're ready to throw down. Oh, he
they're
powering
getting
up.
ready. Everyone powering up right now. They know that every single game right now is super important. They know that every decision that you put in your brain, every button that you press is gonna pay off and put consequences into that name. They're gonna have to play their most A game. You could even see that even with a little mess around, you can see AK is laser focused.
That's right, and you can really tell when he means business when he gets that power up from the drinks that he's taking. And we all know AK, he's very friendly outside of the camera, but when he is in that battlefield that we call Tekken, we know and love, he is an incredible killer. We've seen him do the craziest things, and I keep saying this. I feel like his execution is something a lot of people overlook just because of the nature of his characters, and we just feel we just see that when he plays Akuma, when he plays his Geese from Tekken, and hopefully we might actually see his Shahid, which has been a little absent this season.
He's from Tekken. But yeah, aside from that, it's like how do I describe it? It's gonna be a Paul being pulled out here against the Leroy. And I actually want to point this out. This is the royalty versus the young god. What is it gonna be? Is it gonna be what is a god to a prince, or what is a god to a non-believer? As we're gonna start this game off with here in Sim.
That's right, and I have to say, we all know what Paul can do. We all know the profile that Paul is rocking. This man is all about that damage, and that is the most Paul thing you could do at the beginning of the round.
Oh my goodness! And what a parry there from Coffee Prince against the Death Fist. AK looking for the 2-move special here. But Coffee Prince keeping it kosher. He knows he doesn't have the life lead. But AK looking for options. Magic 4, thinking Coffee Prince was gonna press. But what's it gonna be afterwards?
What is it going to be? AK, we all know, like we said, the explosiveness of this character is always unlocked for him. 28 seconds is left on the clock. Meanwhile, Coffee Prince taking a bit more of a patient approach. Oh, but he does it again. You blocked it once. Can you block the sequel, though?
Oh my goodness, that's the thing about AK. There's that inherent stubbornness that is amazing from him, and good parry from Coffee Prince, shutting down both options off of the backsway 3.
Right, and Coffee Prince really strutting his stuff right now, putting AK against the wall and a big slap so early into this round. Can't count AK out yet. Well, now we can. Coffee Prince dominating second round performance.
You gotta look for some options here, and of course the 13 punish here launched. That's not a launch, that's just a punish from AK. But of course, Coffee Prince here looking for an option, looking for his space, and he knows he has the life lead, keeping small pokes, and there it is, thinking AK was gonna press and get the counter hit.
You wish Paul had a 13 frame launcher, but AK does have rage right now. Oh, the Hell Sweep's coming in clutch, and another low to seal it for Coffee Prince. This is the first match of the day, but it's going by so fast.
Absolutely fast. And there it is. Demo man na naman. May ikatlo pa ba? No, there's the Death Fist. Shredder kick by the wall? Are you serious, AK?
It's just so hard to fault what AK is doing right now, because it's working, and a big trick on the hop kick. Wake up UCB4, why not? Shredder kicks out of it, nowhere, why not? Oh my god.
Oh my god.
World Star,
let's go. That's gonna be a lot of damage. Oh my goodness. Oh my god, AK, wala na akong kilay, bro. This man is just going crazy.
The amount of things that could have been launched, AK is like, yeah, it don't matter. And again, that is just the ballsy play we know from our young god, a resident. Oh well, at this moment, I'm just at a loss for words, younger Piki. Well, what do you think?
Well, Paul, AK just went absolutely gorilla mode there, just using lots of gorilla damage from Paul. It's not a wrong approach, but it is a risky approach. That's all I'm gonna say. But it's working. Coffee Prince had a lot of was getting a lot of parries on point. He did try to shut off these options, but but at the same time, there were some punishes that were missed, and AK was capitalizing on those.
I think it's absolutely nuts that AK, after whiffing a demo man, he just straight up went down 1+2. He's like, yeah, it doesn't matter. Yeah, like we said, that was. I feel like Coffee Prince might have overthought the matchup there, because again, we are at the very peak of our play at this region, right? So maybe there's a lot of layers, and AK is like, let's take it back to step 1 and see how far we can get using that good old trusty formula.
Yep. Legitimately, it's almost the same way how he approached Kunicat at the first round, using the Paul.
Oh man.
Demo man, pag yumuyo ko, then Death Fist. He's trying to test whether or not Coffee Prince gets afraid of the demo man or not. And once again,
man.
it's a simple game plan, but it's working. But now Coffee Prince is pulling out the big gun, which is Fakum Ram. And let's see how that's going to fare out for him, because it did give him great success the last time he met AK.
That's right, and I don't think the pushback is going to save AK in this matchup, because down 4-2. You know what? What am I even saying? He hits him with the Death Fist again and a Shredder Kick in the face. Come on, man. Don't do this to me, AK.
Oh my god, AK's already like building up such a life lead with 2 single Death Fists and a Shredder Kick. My goodness. AK showing off that little Captain America suit. Demo man, just as Coffee Prince dashes in. Napakatapang talaga ng bata. Mas matapang pa kaysa kape. Oh my goodness.
I am at a loss. What? Are you kidding me, dude? He did it
World
again.
Star. Somebody call the cops. That's not legal. Somebody call the cops. It ain't legal. Oh my god, Shredder Kick na naman. Are you serious? AK just entertaining the crowd right now while showing off effective offense with Paul. But now Coffee Prince said, enough is enough. Let me show you my offense. Huh?
And again, just a beautiful step ducking here by AK, still testing the waters with these Shredder Kicks. Coffee Prince, though, does have a bit of an advantage. No! You know what? AK is going for the Nationals any percent speedrun. He's like, yes.
I'm speechless, bro. I'm speechless. He pressed everything and it worked. I can't even put any words to it. There's no analysis. It was just Paul do move, Paul hurt.
Yes.
Do you have words for it?
Yes. You know, it's like Paul hit you once, Paul hit you twice. It's like Paul trained for many sundowns on horseback with bow and arrow. But before we can explain more into this, we are gonna look at the highlights, which I just say run the whole set back, man. The whole set was just one big highlight reel. Like I said, Paul has traveled many moons on horseback training these 2 moves, the Demo Man and the Death Fist. And it's been working out so well for him.
And it really shows that even then, Coffee Prince had a really good showing with Leroy. He decided it wasn't a comfortable matchup anyways and switched to Fakum Ram. But you could see he had AK's timing at first, but then AK once again, one of his best specialties is switching up the rhythm, switching up how he does things. Introduces one more move. He's like baking. He's like cooking something, just adding more and more ingredients.
Right, and that is something that a lot of people seem to overlook. Execution and fundamentals are definitely like a big part of the game, but rhythm is super poisonous, and we just saw that in full display with AK playing. Once again, Coffee Prince punished well when he did, but man, the damage that AK did just piled on way too fast. It was an absolute avalanche of just pure oh my god. That is disgusting. Keep that away from me. Don't show me that.
It was amazing, but amazing stuff. But of course, the coffee ain't done yet. The AK ain't done yet, because he is gonna have to face off against Signal Ultra Warriors Vermilion now. And let's see what he has in store, because the head-to-head record is really close. One gets a win over the other, and it's never gonna be the same match every single time.
That's right, and again, man, every single one of both these players are elite. That is the only word I could use it to describe them. But again, Vermilion has been vying for that top spot for the longest time now, and AK has been, although the head-to-head has been very, very close, AK just seems like he has that small centimeter over Vermilion. But again, this is the season of evolution, and we can see that change for maybe.
Yep, that change is great. That change is great because right now it is Vermilion who has that 1 cm over AK, and it's big for them. It's a lot of there's a lot of ways for AK to approach this, considering this is one tough cookie in the form of Vermilion. Vermilion, our regular season performer, one of our best players consistently top 3 in all the seasons that he was in, and he's not even pulling out his Devil Jin as much as he did before. He now has Julia, he now has Marduk, and he has many other characters.
That's right, and this extended roster for him might be the secret formula to taking down the King AK. And talk about AK, I think we'll have to look at his player card once again. Man, somebody replaced that Akuma with a Paul, dude. That Paul has been tearing it up these past few episodes, and it's just been a treat to watch because, again, a lot of us will try to dissect the game as scientific as we can, but once again, AK's Paul rode on horseback for many sunrises to think about 2 things. This time around, the Vermilion with his game face on, potentially bring out the Devil Jin finally.
Let's see, because this is El Clasico. This is a match where no one is over the other, and it's honestly such a thrill from character select to game finish. It's always gonna be a scramble. It's always gonna be who does what first. And honestly, I'm all for it. I'm all for this kind of gameplay, and it's just, there's no words for it. It's just an amazing rivalry that's been brewing up like ever since the dawn of the Nationals.
That is exactly the words that I would love to say so myself. Again, the Crimson Reaper, we know him as, like, as young Rafiki mentioned, Mr. Consistent. He's definitely one of the most dangerous players out there. That is just an understatement. Honestly, I'm still a little confused from what I saw in the previous match, but I know this one is going to be a treat because AK actually knows quite a few of the characters that Vermilion plays. For example, Julian. AK already. Now wait a minute.
He's still staying with it. He's still staying with it, and now Vermilion pulling out the freshly buffed Heihachi. It is a Mishima. We've asked him years upon years to play it.
Exactly. Now
here it is right in front of us. I get this. This is a treat for the eyes.
It definitely is. Also, one thing to note that down 1, Heihachi's down 1's range has been extended quite an absurd amount. It can actually punish Death Fist reliably now. It's not tip range, but here we are. Paul already doing a great job of breaking walls. And oh boy, this is going to be hella explosive. Now what did I
Shredder
just
kick,
say?
start of the round, and Vermilion sees the Demo Man a mile away, and AK already at near 50% health. Oh my goodness, pressing on plus frames. This man is brave.
He is foaming at the mouth. Everybody is oh my goodness, the extended range of the 1-1-2 coming into play right now. Vermilion trying to put AK against the wall. AK has a big life deficit here, but one whiff punish is all it takes. Oh, but the love bomb. His own Death Fist.
Yep. The Heihachi Death Fist being utilized, and now Vermilion 1 round over AK, and it's such a close match. AK pulling out a bit more moves. He's using backsway moves now. Sidestep into Death Fist. That's gonna be a goner of a kidney. Whatever it is, it's paced now. As we're gonna go to the wall, it gets broken. We're gonna see the screw, and after that, one more wall broken.
Goes for the OP instead. AK trying to roll out of that position. Beautiful sidestep, and this could be the end for Vermilion this round. Oh my lord, that was 3 moves. That was 3 moves in one combo. So much damage.
Ah yes, fall damage. And oh my goodness, this is gonna hurt. This is gonna hurt a lot. Into the wall we go. There's the backsway too. And now Vermilion, 50% health, but he's a Heihachi. There's a lot of comeback factor here. Vermilion has clutch in his veins. The electric being utilized, and AK presses after the electric. Shredder kick!
What a beautiful punish by AK here, and he is filling up Vermilion's car with damage, and he cannot survive that round. AK has a round on the board for himself. Goes for the QCF4. The Demo Man gets hit by the following hits. Vermilion getting a little shaken here, but no! Beautiful punishment yet again for maximum wall carry.
Oh my goodness, Vermilion's execution still on point with this Heihachi, but now it's gonna be AK using a big reset! I've never seen that go in pro play, but AK does the impossible and immediately uses the forward 2+3!
Alright, I have to say, again, these are the first two opening matches of the day, and we are at the edge of our seats and at the edge of our vocal cords as we are just... Honestly, guys, the best thing about casting the game is just the front row seats, and this is it, man. This is why we do it.
It's just such a treat for the eyes once again, and you could see that Vermilion wasn't exactly on the back foot. It's just AK just had his number in those rounds. It's once again a game of inches, and let's see how Vermilion responds to this, because AK right now is going all out. He cut off his own brakes and is going downhill all the way upwards, if that makes any sense to you.
It don't, but just like Paul's damage, it don't make sense to me either. But again, talking about both these characters, Vermilion did have a good grasp. In fact, an excellent grasp of the matchup. We saw him punish the Death Fist with the most optimal punish he has in the arsenal of Heihachi. He did maximum wall carry off that while standing 3 1+2. Again, AK just used everything in his arsenal with the sidestepping, the off timing, and just the absolute brazenness of his mood today.
FF22 using that as a reset, making you think, oh, he's whiffing his FF21, and then immediately uses that FF22 because you do not expect it at the very last minute.
Once again, it comes to no surprise that Vermilion sticks with a newly buffed Heihachi. Like I said, his forte, or rather his oh my god, I am at a loss for words right now. I'm just smiling from side to side. I'm just so excited for this to happen. I can't even have proper analysis because these guys, man, these guys are spoiling every single one of us. Like I said, Vermilion has been very, very sharp for this matchup. I guess at this moment, it's all about the adjustment.
It really is. And now, dash in, dash out. AK changing his rhythm once again, trying to throw Vermilion off his rhythm. But right now, Vermilion getting the small pokes in. There's the DF112 there from AK, trying to throw Vermilion out. And finishing the string, but there, ducking the electric, and Vermilion now looking for more options. And AK trying to duck. He's probably going to go for that flash kick, but instead chooses not to.
I can't believe he ducked in front of Heihachi for that long, but Vermilion super sharp on that twin pistons here. AK trying to find his range with that death fist. But here, Vermilion with his, once again, excellent whiff punishing with a god fist. Oh.
Good stuff here from Vermilion as he gets the first round. Great execution and great awareness. And there, the whiff punishes are coming out. AK has been pressing a little too much, and Vermilion sees this and utilizes fully, but immediately Iron Mountain's out of nowhere. AK crazy.
AK crazy, man. Right now he is trending on World Star for the choices, but Vermilion is even crazier with that deep dash electric. One more to close it up.
Yep. Good stuff. Using a DF1 in general has good tracking, like overall, if I'm not mistaken. And notices that AK does sidestep after the forward 4, so he utilizes that, and those small pokes really pay off.
And again, optimal punishment by Vermilion here, but not dissuading AK to use whatever tool he has in his arsenal. Going for those down back 2-0 as Vermilion is trying to inch his way closer to this victory. But no, AK puts him in the danger zone.
Nope, not yet. Reset. What's it gonna be? Vermilion!
Round 4.
Oh boy.
Fight.
Oh boy. Once again, this has just been the signs of this being El Clasico. Both these players are fighting tooth and nail, and AK so sharp with that hop kick. Meanwhile, Vermilion has found himself be the first person to wall splat here, or wall break.
And there, this is gonna be big, even though it's a 1-1-2. Not much damage is gonna be there, but it does give Vermilion the momentum. The stage does belong to AK so far because the wall is near Vermilion, but AK now in rage. The Paul is seeing red. And the DF2! You gotta be kidding me, AK! He did it again!
I was just about to say, once AK entered rage, he went DF2 just to show this is gonna come out, and it did, and it paid off so well. That's +8 off the health stick, doing a lot of work for Spitting Demon rather for Vermilion. Vermilion takes AK to the wall. We know how slippery AK can be.
Oh my goodness. AK's at 50% health, but a single Death Fist can change the name of the game here. But it is at tip range, so not much damage. -14! And Vermilion uses a 1-1-2 just to be safe. But of course, there it is. It's gonna be, the health is now equal. Trying to fake it out! AK in rage!
He's in the timeout corner, but Vermilion using that extended jab range to such great use. 23 seconds, guys. AK can of his rage! And that down back two to clip those legs from an otherwise slippery AK. Vermilion takes it one apiece for himself too.
And this is why, ladies and gentlemen, this is El Clasico. If you want to know what the Nationals is all about, if you want to know what kind of matches we have in store for you, this is what we're going to show you. Because this is what it's supposed... Well, this is what it looks like. It's not even supposed, because every match is exciting, but this is the very essence of it. Close matches, down the wire, all the sweat dropping down. And look at them. No sigh of relief yet, because they know job's not done. Job's not finished.
That's right, the mentality, the Mamba mentality. If you aren't watching the Nationals Tekken right now, what are you doing? You are making a big mistake. But in case you missed the matches, don't forget to tune in to the Nationals on TV. Catch the replays of the matches on One Sports and One Sports Plus via Signal TV the day after at 4 p.m. So there you go, folks. Don't miss out. You have 2 chances.
Absolutely, and these 2 chances are being used by both our players. They've used 1 quarter each. Now there's only 1 remaining quarter, and let's see who gets to utilize that to their fullest. And now, AK's Paul is finally taken down. The evil is defeated, right? The evil is defeated. What is he gonna use? Is he gonna stick with the Paul, or is he gonna pull out the Akuma, the Geese? Is he gonna pull out the Law? Is he gonna pull out anyone else? Literally anyone else right now.
You forgot the Shaheen, sir. The Shaheen, the money maker. He has been banking on that character for so long now, and it's just a surprise to us. Well, maybe he's saving it for the playoffs, you know, load management. But once again, AK does have the luxury of switching to any of his championship-winning characters. And I would say training with Coach Dojin has done him wonders in his confidence to just constantly swap in and out.
Absolutely. Dojin did have faith in him in one of our interviews, that he had faith in both his players do character bingo. And now all bets are off as we go to Brimstone and Fire. And Shaheen is being used here by AK. And Vermilion sticking with the Heihachi. It is what he picked in the previous game after all. And now, we haven't seen the Shaheen in a long while. Let's see what he has improved upon his already complete Shaheen.
That's right. And once again, guys, we know AK is going for the throat when he is picking this costume with the sunglasses on his shirt. What are we going to see? Are we going to see an early hop kick? No, instead he goes for the early crouch mix-up, and he gets first blood on that as well. Wow, that is a lot of damage.
Big damage already here from AK, and now Vermilion looking for his options, trying to plus frame, trying to stop AK from sidestepping, using a lot of good moves in his arsenal, and immediately throws the windy fist there instead of an electric. It is a little tricky after all, and that's approach.
Right, that -2 F3 doing wonders for Vermilion as well, making him sneak up just small moves here. AK does have rage available, trying to confirm this rage drive, but oh, Vermilion takes him to a stick of health and will put him down for the first round of the set.
A single pixel, that's all he needed. And AK starts off with a hop kick. That's not gonna work with Vermilion, so says he. Immediately goes for the 1-1-2. Vermilion looking for another option here. AK does have a life deficit, gets forward forge. Now Electric plus frames coming in. Is it going to be the oppression session here from Vermilion? No, AK chooses to slide instead, going out of the wall.
And AK has unlocked his crazy buns as well, doing so much damage to Vermilion off these pokes. Only landed one combo this round, but there's still a lot of Tekken to play. He does get put in the timeout corner, but that is the signature wall attack for AK. Demon uppercut, no dice for Vermilion.
AK looking for another slide again, but he's looking if Vermilion approaches cautiously or gets caught by the slide as that exactly happens. And now, one round apiece, and these two look like $1 million right now as AK starts off with a slide.
That was an insanely quick slide. I didn't even catch that. Vermilion, though, looking to be a bit more conscious of his spacing as AK with a beautiful while rising too to take Vermilion to the wall here. Again, those cancels, those hands, man. The young god showing up.
The young god's execution showing off indeed. And what punishes a launch punishable low with a grab? Let's go with that instead, and immediately AK is now at match point between the two and starts off with a hop kick.
And we all know where this is going as AK has planted worms. He's going for the setup. Vermilion, though, we know the Crimson Reaper. This is too early to count him out. This huge block lead, but AK once again the venom has set and poisoned Vermilion. Oh my lord.
Oh my lord indeed. AK activating. He is ACT activating. He got the A, he turned the C into a K. That's what it is right now, the AK activating. And it's... Vermilion was doing really well. Let's be honest here. Vermilion was doing great. It was such a close match up until AK built up so much confidence. The sugar rushed straight into his body and straight into his hands, as we're gonna see in these highlights.
That's right. And once again, Vermilion did such a great job of punishing when he could, doing such a great job of being as disciplined, trying not to fall into the trap of playing the negative frame game, which AK was doing so well. Once again, this has been a game of inches, guys. It's been such a tiny difference between these players, and just to see them play again is just a treat in itself.
Absolutely, and really, AK's Paul has been paying off so far in the past few days, and like I wouldn't be surprised if we're gonna see it again, considering how much he still has hidden underneath. Because let's be honest here, he's only used at least like 5 moves, and that's it.
What? Paul has more than 5 moves? That's crazy, dude. That's actually crazy. But yeah, I mean, AK, we know he is an absolute virtuoso with all his characters, and this is just one layer. And like we said, at these later stages of the game or of the league, veterancy is really a huge factor.
Absolutely, and of course, aside from that, it really did look as close can be. Like Vermilion kept his spacing, kept his timing, really tried to keep up with AK's rhythm, but the moment you get sucked into that rhythm, that's when it gets real scary. You fall for, like, the slides have been planted in the head of Vermilion, and AK just utilizing that kind of conditioning to his advantage.
That's right, and AK, actually both these players represented, Brick Squad going hard in the paint, but, before we can get into that, our next match is actually another showing from Vermilion fighting one of his demons in the form of Coffee Prince.
And of course, the head-to-head is in favor of Vermilion, though. Even if Coffee Prince did eliminate him one time in one season of the playoffs, I don't think that it is a demon. Instead, it is a close match once again, even when the head-to-head does say that. But the last time they met, Coffee Prince's Steve did look like $1 million, but Vermilion did have that Marduk, courtesy of the knowledge that he gained from both nature lover Kunicat and himself.
That's right, and man, the matchup for Marduk and Steve, just so rough for Steve. Again, not to discredit the ability that these players have showed us time and time again. It's just been all around exciting, guys. Like, we might sound like a broken record trying to describe every single match we have as exciting, but what else can we describe it with when that's just the truth?
Yep, absolutely. And right now, Coffee Prince does have a lot of picks up his sleeve. His Steve's not even his main boy right now. He's been picking that Fakum Ram up for a total of 9 times during the play-ins, and he's been utilizing it even more in in the previous days. Let's not forget the Leroy. The Leroy is still a big threat. And he knows his way around these characters. He knows the timing. He knows certain tendencies. He catches tendencies really well and capitalizes on them. And that's what makes him such a scary player.
That's right. And again, onto the side of Vermilion. The thing about Vermilion is, despite how successful he has been as a player, that hunger to succeed has never left him. Every time I have a conversation with L, he's always talking to me about what's next for him, how he's going to try and succeed, and how he's going to elevate his play. And that is so admirable because, once again, he is considered one of the best players in the entire region and one of the most fabled Deviljins. And to keep that hunger, to keep that drive to improve and to dominate, it's not easy to do.
The moment you think that you're at the top, that's when it's all over. This is what makes these players so, how do I describe it? So venerable, so amazing, is because of the fact that they know that there's still so much road ahead of them. They keep walking, they keep climbing, they keep grinding. And honestly, that kind of mindset is healthy for a competitor. That kind of mindset knows that you are grounded, you are humble, you are legitimately wanting more. You can't be satisfied with just a single win, a single championship. No, you want to be the best of the best, no matter how much blood, sweat, and tears it takes.
And that's right. These guys have constantly set new peaks for everyone else to follow, to try and achieve. And they themselves have always been seekers, the seekers of strength. And like we said, guys, watching the Nationals, being on the Nationals, and just overall being part of the Tekken scene is such a great thing. Again, if you're not watching Nationals right now, you are missing out, my guy. Just don't do it. Choose the right way and watch the Nationals right now.
Absolutely. And honestly, we don't know what they're going to pull out. Vermilion pulled out the Heihachi. We're probably going to see him pull something else out. Coffee Prince, we do know the Fakum Ram, the Leroy, and the Steve, but he does have a Brian. His Brian is also really, really well made. It's really well, how do I describe it? Masarap yung timpla. Like, it's just well made. Like, sakto lang yung timpla. And that's another thing we have to keep track of, because there's so much that you have to think about when facing off against players who have a lot of characters. Because you're never gonna have the same coffee twice. You're never gonna have the same L twice. Lily,
oh my lord,
is being utilized right now by Vermilion. The L in Lily is actually EL.
I was about to say that Coffee Prince could potentially bring out his Jack. We haven't seen the Jack pick in quite a long time, but we know Coffee Prince is very, very well, how would I put this? Well practiced with that Jack as well. But right now, sticking with the strongest of all the big characters in the form of Fakum Ram. Meanwhile, on the side of Vermilion, the newly acquainted demon of the patch, Lily.
And let's see if those Lily buffs are gonna pay off here. As we're gonna go into Dragon's Nest, a nice small stage. And I have a question in advance, because Lily is linear as all hell. Can Coffee Prince sidestep with Fakum Ram?
Oh man, we know Fakum Ram has had a lot of strength in his sidestep, but even stronger hop kick on the side of Vermilion. But once again, he's considered one of the bigs now, so I don't think that's on the table for him. Coffee Prince looks to duel and duke it out with Vermilion, and Vermilion is losing quite a ton of health here. Oh, but of course,
Matterhorn! You gotta be kidding me here, Vermilion. Immediately utilizes the Rage Drive. And of course, Coffee Prince by the wall. Even if Vermilion has the life deficit, he tried pressing on the Thunder Kick after getting hit with a plus. And now, Coffee Prince gets the first round. And now Vermilion utilizing that natural combo to his advantage.
How does Coach Nature Lover say Alahoy? That's what it was, but Vermilion going the newly buffed FF3, but Coffee Prince doing a good job. In fact, a wonderful job of staving off this newly buffed Lily.
Yep, it's been so close so far. And now immediately Coffee Prince with a healthy, utilizing aside from that the long limbs of Fakum Ram. And now He has 2 rounds in the lead against Vermilion. Now Vermilion immediately tries to go for something here. Let's see what he has in store. Good punish though.
Again, Vermilion looks like he's adjusted well to this Lily. Going for a bit of a flip combo here. Coffee Prince could be taken to the wall, and yes, he does, but that is not a flush flat slap. Now, Vermilion does have a reasonable lead here, but we know what Fox and Rom can do.
Yep. And these power lows being utilized. What a duck from Vermilion, but a little too late. Are you pressing? No, you're not. And now Vermilion gets his own round.
Round 4.
This is not something you want to do against Vermilion. You do not want to give him momentum because we know this man is an absolute microwave. He is going to get red hot with that sidestep Matterhorn. Come on now.
And now this might be too hot for Coffee Prince, but just as I say that, the man ducks by the wall because he was expecting Vermilion to throw that low and immediately equalizes the life and throws out a stun and straight to the wall once again. Vermilion in rage and no break on the throw.
Ooh, that was really, really strong. Coffee Prince there. Vermilion might have to reconsider his character pick here because it does look like Coffee Prince has the number on those plus frames and all that damage readily available for him. But again, Vermilion is really showing that he has been on the path of adaptation and trying out more and more weapons as the days progress.
And right now he does have the space to do so. He is 3rd place after all. And getting all of this in mind, getting to try out right before the playoffs, you have all the right in the world to do so. It's not underestimating your opponent. It's just you want to see if you can utilize this character. Well, not utilize this character, but no, I'm right. Utilize this character to its fullest, considering these buffs. Because buff characters are great. Getting character buffs are great, but you have to know whether or not these buffs are game breaking or not. And that's why Vermilion is pulling out the Heihachi, pulling out the Lily, and we know that he has a great coach to guide him here with Coach Nature Lover.
That's right, and another thing to note is that despite the Lily pick there, Vermilion still has the luxury of, well, at least the luxury now of swapping characters, so he does have the plethora of characters that he's learned slowly over the course of this season. Once again, just big kudos to the coaching staff of every single team we have, really. They've been really doing a great job of molding these players on the side of the fresh draftees or the returning players, doing such a great job of keeping them up to speed. But now, talking about Vermilion's Lily pick, man, that was not something I expected, honestly. We know that a day after the patch, that is when the character is most potent, but still, I didn't think it was in Vermilion's alleyway to pick Lily.
But it was, and of course, like it has its ups. Like you've seen it. You've seen how well Vermilion actually knows when to sidestep, when to go for these Matterhorns, when to go for back turn, when to use the pokes at their right time, and even gets optimal punishes. But aside from that, it is gonna have to be an uphill battle from here on out, and he's sticking with the Lily, going straight to Vermilion gates.
I honestly, at this point, once again, it could be potential new characters to his arsenal, because we all know that Lily is a very, very good matchup against Deviljin. So why not just cover Deviljin's weakness in the form of his direct counter, right?
Getting that character knowledge and getting another bullet in your gun is always a great choice. Getting more guns in your arsenal, I mean, because a single bullet is kind of just weird. But yeah, anyways, we're gonna go straight here into Vermilion gates as we're gonna start off. Once again, it's gonna be a run back. It's still gonna be the Lily. And let's see what Vermilion does for adjustments here, and immediately goes for generic close and a down jab afterwards.
That's right, that down 4-3 doing a bit of work here as Vermilion actually dodges death with that thunder kick whiffing just above his head here. Coffee Prince doing a good job of mixing Vermilion up and keeping him guessing.
Right now, Vermilion is already at rage and close to the balcony break. He doesn't want to be in this position. This timeout corner is now going to get snuffed out as Vermilion gets the rage drive off, and this is going to be a lot of damage. Coffee Prince is now in rage. What's it going to be?
Oh boy, and he had to guess there. Once again, not having that sidestep is such a pain in the neck to say the least. Vermilion takes the first round and is already continuing his offense.
It really is a pain, and Vermilion now picking up some steam, utilizing these jabs, utilizing these small pokes. But Coffee Prince getting these big pokes coming out, and already Vermilion is at 50% health.
That's right. I'm surprised that Vermilion isn't trying to use his movement advantage here. Coffee Prince has other ideas as he finishes that round off with a running 3.
Fight.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. It's gonna get closer and
All
closer
right.
as the Matterhorn gets used! And now, Coffee Prince by the wall, that's not where you want to be. It's pretty hard to sidestep considering you're big. So you're gonna have to utilize your pokes and know when it's your turn. But Coffee Prince is getting messed up by this natural combo.
That's right. And Vermilion looking like a new man right now, keeping Coffee
Round
Prince
4.
at the very edge of that wall, gasping for air here. Vermilion, the plus frames. Oh, Coffee Prince with that signature low parry, doing quite a bit of damage himself.
That Hulika low parry utilized
Oh my
real well.
lord.
And then the Edelweiss has been used. And now Coffee Prince is at 50% health. Vermilion is gonna be by the wall. What a side switch! Now Coffee Prince has the advantage all to himself, and Vermilion at 1 piece of health. And gets downed immediately.
Right, Coffee Prince making that Sting Flip do a lot of work, but Vermilion will get the early float at the beginning of this round. Rounds are getting more frenetic. I did not know it would track that way. What? Alrighty then, Namco. Now Coffee Prince trying to fend off this rabid Lily.
The rabies is coming out, and Vermilion is utilizing it a lot, but now it's what a sidestep! What fine movement from Vermilion! What fine movement from this young lady! That was amazing.
You gotta be yanking my hair right now, man. I just saw a throw with, and normally we would see that command throw track just a tiny bit better, but now I think we are tied 1 apiece. So once again, Vermilion's doing a lot of thinking here. It's like, Lily do a lot of damage. I sidestep a lot. I guess I'm happy with that.
Absolutely, and right now that blonde hair really is going natural because that is Super Saiyan mode right now from the Super Saiyan Visayan. And getting a little swig of water. Stay hydrated, by the way, folks. And
Right.
you gotta keep yourself cool, calm, and collected. As Coffee Prince right now thinking of his options, he does have a 1-game advantage to himself.
How can you tell we're Shermie mains? But anyway, again, stay hydrated, guys. The seed has been absolutely dreadful, for the lack of a better word or a nicer way to put it. But these guys, you can save. Coffee Prince even has the mask on. And just overall, guys, just be safe, be responsible. It's like these guys, you know, model pro players. This is what it's like to be a pro outside of the game. You gotta be a good example to everyone who wants to be a pro.
Yep. Pro means professional, and they're utilizing it to their finest. And honestly, there's another thing here. The recently buffed, was it a down 3-2, or was it down to the natural combo, +3 back turn, access to back turn? That move from Lily, L has been utilizing it to his fullest advantage. Because come on, man, you gotta respect the +3, you gotta respect the back turn, and you gotta respect the small pokey damage that it gives.
That's right, and +3 on female characters with the how nimble they are with their tiny hitboxes just really makes a world of difference. And like young Rafiki said, although we do have our own alahoy moments, as again Coach Nature Lover would put it, or in the words of Jules, welcome to Brazil, we gotta keep it kosher. It's not all the time that we can get away with the funky stuff, but you know, it's always nice to have that option.
Yep, you gotta respect this, and of course, Coffee Prince has been respecting. But let's see if he has a way to get out of it, or if he's gonna go to the Leroy. Whether or not it's gonna be the case, it is gonna be the Leroy here, as Vermilion sticks with the Lily, and we're going to Mishima building. Nice small stage. You gotta, like, your wall carry is gonna pay off so well, as once again, this is gonna be a little tricky because Leroy is still a really crazy mix-up character that has a few get out of jail cards.
He still is the one size fits all, like, I will counterplay this character because I can stop his his or her strings with my back 2. I have a great health sweep. And once again, despite how Leroy has been tweaked to have less damage and just less utility, just the fact that he's so complete as a character, there's really no reason not to play him.
Fight.
There really isn't now. Vermilion starting it off with a low. So tries to space himself out. Coffee Prince looking for options. Now there's already a hop kick here from Vermilion and putting Coffee Prince by the wall. This is not where you want to be this early.
Oh my god. Foaming at the mouth. Coffee Prince looking frothy, but Vermilion has recovered very, very quickly with that TF1 to close out yet again the first round of the match.
Fight.
And now Vermilion does have one round here, but that's a back turn. Coffee Prince utilizing his strings to his advantage. There's the low, blocked by Vermilion. What a parry from Coffee Prince. He's looking for options to steal his turn, trying to irritate Vermilion from here. And let's see if Vermilion falls for the bait here. Is he gonna fall for the irritation? Is he gonna scratch that itch? Or is he gonna get some ointment for it and not fall for it at all?
That sounds like a very experienced analogy, young Urki. I feel like you've been in that situation the way you deliver that. Now Coffee Prince is knocking at Rage's door as Vermilion comes in with a Matterhorn.
My goodness, Vermilion now at match point against Coffee Prince. Starts with a neutral hop kick. The man crazy right now, but it's working for him as he's gonna go 1-2, 1-2, sidestep Matterhorn. Good stuff here from Vermilion. That is the crazy stuff that you want to use. And the stop to finish it off. What a quick round, 3 rounds here for Vermilion.
Once again, guys, that was a shutout courtesy of Signal Ultra Warriors Vermilion. And my goodness, the quickness of Vermilion to learn this character. Again, this is not something I would have thought he would play, because there's a theme, or at least there's like an archetype in all his characters, right? But never in my mind would it cross that L would use Lily.
But it's there, and he's utilizing it to his advantage, and he passes with flying colors with how well he played out all 3 games. Even when Coffee Prince looked like he had the advantage, L just stayed to it, as we're gonna see in the highlights.
Right, and again, I saw that round start neutral hop kick. You're never truly a Lily player unless you start with that like once or twice in your lifetime, or even more so to those who actually play Lily Yi.
But yeah, you can see also Vermilion trying to fish for that forward 4 counter hit. It is a long range -9 tool after all. It's safe. You're allowed to check people with it, because if they're pressing buttons, that's a free launcher for you. But of course, Coffee Prince started off the game really well, but Vermilion found his rhythm and stayed with this Lily tried and true.
And once again, his Lily has been so exceptional, considering the short amount of time. I would assume the short amount of time he's been playing this character, right? And Vermilion, once again, really showing how consistent he is no matter what character he uses.
Yep, absolutely. He's one of the best to ever do it, and now he has one more scary character up his sleeve in the form of this Lily, taking down the Coffee Prince with such amazing gusto and bravado. He knew when to press, he knew when to sidestep, and utilizes that sidestep really well. I think I haven't been talking about it enough, but yes, it is Lily after all. We're talking about one of the best sidesteppers in the game.
That's right, and just general movement of Lily has been absolutely outstanding throughout the lifespan of Tekken 7. And again, L is no stranger to great movement. He's a Mishima player after all, and with the use of Lily, just the movement goes sideways instead of forward and back. But I think we might have to take a gander at our next match, if I'm not mistaken, which is going to feature another Ultra Warrior.
Yep, definitely. But right now, if I remember correctly, this is the 3rd match, right? I'm checking the schedule. Yeah, it is our 3rd match.
I think so.
Yeah, it seems like it's gonna be. We're gonna take a short break before we go between LPE JS5N and Kunicat. But of course, guys, you guys are still watching the National Season 4 Pro League Tekken Conference Day 4 group stage, and we'll be right back. At nagbabalik tayo dito sa the National Season 3 Tekken Conference Pro League Group Stage Day 4, and the match is gonna be great. The matches are gonna be great. As I'm Ernest, your Fika Bizon. Here with me is Raf, and we are gonna go straight into our action. Honestly, because it's gonna be LPE Jason versus CUW Kunicat. But first, before that, let's check out the standings.
That's right, and there has been a shift of power just very, very slightly. As you can see, AK jumped from the very bottom, at least of this half, to the middle, but Maru still stands in a commanding lead with 36. Vermilion follows with 32. As I mentioned, AK with 30. Jules with 28, yet to play, and Hapon with 26.
Of course, that is our first half for now. But let's look at our second half. This is where the dangers are going to happen. As we see Coffee Prince here with 26 points, Machinehead with 24, Kunicat still about to play with 21 points, Jason with 18, and Don Argus with 12. And once again, every single point counts for all of these players. And speaking of danger zone, we do have Lost Playbook Eagles, Jason versus Signal Ultra Warriors, Kunicat.
That's right. And again, these are both of these players are trying to fight out of their no-no square. And the head-to-head record looks very, very fresh because once again, they are both fresh draftees. Well, at least Kunicat is. But here we have the Jaguar versus the Kunimitsu, which has been the signature characters for both these players.
But let's not forget they do have a few others up their sleeve. If you think about it, they do have certain Jason has a Kunimitsu, and Kunicat has a Marduk, which isn't too far off in terms of archetype with King, in terms of just in terms of looks, or at least styles here. But aside from that, the last time they faced off against each other, they fought in a really close set of matches, with Jason coming off the top here with his King just doing so much work. And I would have to say, though, Jason does have a slight advantage over Kunicat, mainly because Jason is a Nationals veteran. And once again, we've emphasized the mental fortitude, being mentally untouchable in high-stakes situation like this. But Jason, I'm pretty sure he's looking to bring out his freshly buffed Armor King. Oh, absolutely. If there's somebody who could utilize those buffs well, it's going to be Jason. But speaking of other players, it is going to be Kunicat from Signal Ultra Warriors. You want inspirational? Here's inspirational. His Kunimitsu has been coming back from... basically, he looked like he was in the danger zone for so long. And then he just had a second win starting from the last day of play-ins. Just becoming such a massive threat for people to look at. And he does have a 50% win rate in the play-ins. Here in group stage, it's completely different. And we're probably going to see more of that evolution because once again, this man is under the tutelage of the loving arms of Nature Lover and Vermilion. But of course, let's not forget, Jason also has an amazing support system with Dojin and AK too.
That's right, and we are going to witness the evolution. Actually, we've been witnessing the growth of both these players through the season. Kunicat, I would say, has had the how to put this, the most visible growth out of any of the players. At the beginning, L himself said that Kunicat kind of played quote-unquote scrubby, but now he's started to play more compact, more loyal to the frames, and more calculated with the risk he's taking. Meanwhile, Jason, as flashy as he has been, he's been a bit more consistent as well, and a bit more considerate when he goes for the full foamy rabies approach.
Yep, absolutely. And once again, this is a match. This is a match for the ages. This is something that both players need to respect as much as possible. They need to respect the fact that every single game that they drop puts them closer to not reaching top 8. Every single point that they have puts them in top 8. And right now, there is actually a third person watching this series at with laser focus, and that is going to be Don Argus. Because if one of them goes 2-0, if one of these players go 2-0, it's a much harder match for Don Argus to try to catch up to. And if anything, he wants Jason to win this rather than Kunicat.
Man, Armor King. I completely got distracted by what you were saying and just yeah, Armor King is cool. But anyway, like you mentioned, This is just incredibly high stakes. Either way, whoever wins this just puts or doesn't lessen the fact that Don Argus is in an incredibly dangerous and volatile position. But both these players, speaking of volatile, we will see how explosive, or rather, how explosive they are today.
And today's gonna be fitty cut down the middle. And let's see who is gonna get that win for themselves as Armor King and Kunimitsu. Here in Hammerhead, a little bit of a sideways stage here, but it doesn't really matter if you're moving well. Right now, Kunicat gets the first pokes against Jasin.
Right, and Kunicat has not, well, as soon as I mentioned that, he gets hit by a down back 3. Jasin doing a great job of being kosher as possible, as once again he hits with another down back 3.
And you can see how compact they're playing at the start of the round here. And they're just building off the momentum the moment they get more hits in. So they're getting more confident. And there it is, no break here from the brilliant brawler kick here from Jasin. And that Shiner is going to be a little more dangerous, but just as he goes for a down back 3, Kunicat catches whiff of it and immediately takes him out.
Right, both these characters excel at long range with punishing, but Jasin, I would say, has a bit of an advantage when it comes to raw damage, specifically after the buff. But Kunicat looking a little strong here with that semi-wall-like defense, but getting chipped away very, very slowly.
And of course, Jasin right here trying to go for that underhand, the low blow being utilized, and now immediately goes for that hop kick out of nowhere. And no punish here from Kunicat. There's the punish there. Just a little out of range, and now Kunicat's at 1 HP. Jasin still has 50. Slide mix-up. We've seen Kunicat come back from these, and immediately, as he approaches, tries to go for a launcher, and Jasin finishes it out.
I love the confidence that Jasin is playing with. He's been very, very selective of what he's going to use. Meanwhile, Kunicat on the other side has been a bit more oppressive. Again, Jasin pushing Kunicat to the wall. Oh, with the newly buffed down 4-2. Wait a minute, what is going on?
Oh my goodness, Kunicat is once again at rage, and Jasin has a considerable life lead. But the wall carry here from Kunicat's really good. But there, finally breaking that Shining Wizard! And immediately the Power Crush to finish it off, and now he has 1 game over Kunicat.
Uh-oh, better break this or it'll break you. What's it gonna be? 3 count out. Jasin takes a considerable lead once more as Kunicat still reeling, going for the hard jab. But Jasin looking untouched. That's for Kunicat going for this down back 3-3s, but oh, Jasin so sharp.
Immediately, he tries to go for the most optimal that he can get off of a hop kick. Jasin is crazy. And once again, Power Crush. What's it going to be after? No punish here from Kunicat. There's the generic grab. Once again, Power Crush. And there, Jasin gets punished finally. And there's the grab. He flips away. What a madman.
Nice OS, Jasin. Giant
swing!
Man. You can see that Jasin you can see that he was starting to get a little rabid in that last sequence of that set, but you know what? It was in full confidence. But if he can continue the discipline he's been showing, this is going to be so uphill for Kunicat.
It really is, and of course, Kunicat does have the space to adjust now. Let's see if he's going to stick to Kunimitsu and go for the Infinite Azure. He is known for utilizing that Infinite stage to his advantage. But right now, Jasin looking completely different. Those Armor King buffs have revitalized his Armor King.
That's
he's been
right.
utilizing all those. He's been utilizing all the tools that have been buffed. The down forward 2. He's been using that plus frame, the down back 1+2, if I remember correctly, the headbutt. And aside from that, just the damage is amazing.
Damage is something that Armor King was supposed to have as an identity in this game, but again, a lot of his tools were already existed in the form of King's counterpart, and King even had better Oki. But now we finally have that 5 extra damage just to set us apart. But you know what? Jasin still looking laser focused, does not want to have any signs of relaxing in this matchup.
He's looking for a sign from the Lord himself, but he forgets he is the Lord himself, as Jasin right now does have the momentum building up. But let's never count out Kunicat. Never ever count out Kunicat. because we've seen him come back from adversity time and time again. The tenacity that Kunicat has is gonna be his most important tool, because if Jason gets this 3-0, it's gonna put Kunicat closer to the danger zone as much as he possibly can.
That's right, and we know the Cats have 9 lives, but Jaguars, they're going for the throat. And once again, we know Kunicat is a huge fan of the Infinite Azure and is looking to use this against Jason.
Absolutely, and let's see what it's going to be. It is the Infinite Azure. We did talk about it. We did talk about how Kunicat loves this Infinite stage, can utilize those dash mix-ups, can utilize a lot more space for himself. But then again, Armor King does have a lot of tools to cover ground.
That he does. He does have a lot of range, and I would say he has a bit of an edge when it comes to open stage damage, because we all know he can go upwards of 80 with one single dark uppercut. But Kunicat flexing the mashup knowledge here, floating the third hit of that 3-hit combo.
Absolutely amazing here. And of course, once again, the shiners here from Jason. It's going to be part of the mix-up, because he did utilize a giant swing at the last game there, and we're probably going to see more of that Shining Wizard to condition Kunicat. But immediately, no break here from Jason, as it's 1 HP left. What's Jason going to do?
Goes for the hard jab, trying to go for the cheeky stuff, but he cannot fall under complacency, because this lead could potentially dwindle, going for the more fundamental whip punishes here as Kunicat trying to buckle down.
Oh my goodness. Jason trying to hit confirm that forward 2-1, but instead he does have a small life lead here, keeping it kosher once again. Both of these players, they're incredibly disciplined right now. And right now, Kunicat does have the small advantages piling up, and no break once again from Jason.
It does look like Kunicat has found that fabled second win. Jason is on the ropes. He tries to recover from this. Kunicat already mounting a very, very effective yet compact offensive.
Yep, absolutely compactness here. But there's the big counter hit that Jason was looking for, and immediately goes for a combo, and goes for maximum damage, and no break once again. Oh my goodness! Just as I say that, Jason does have the options, and let's see what it's gonna be.
Can't believe that was off one counter hit down back here. I may have underestimated the damage buff they've given Armor King, but Jason getting chipped away by those knives. Dropping a game, and Kunicat takes one on the board for himself, and once again we have another exciting set of games.
This is fire. This game right now is fire. This entire match, this entire tournament is fire. As we see Kunicat coming back from the depths and coming back with such a dominant game 2, that we are probably going to see that kind of momentum build up even when Jason changes the stage, most likely to Forgotten Realm. Considering the fact this is Armor King, you can utilize much more damage if you go to Forgotten Realm, or we might see him go to something like Howard Estate, but I'm not entirely sure about that.
Yeah, there's a lot on the table for Jason to choose from. Again, none of those are wrong options, really. Jason can even go for another Infinite stage if he chooses to do and play the neutral, because once again, it did look like Kuni made the adjustment, right? But the explosiveness of Armor King is something that you just can't deny. All that damage off such few hits. Oh man.
Absolutely, and once again, you don't want to be caught in that. And Kunicat, I mean, has been playing it well. Playing it to the point that he has gotten the right buttons at the right time. He's noticing Jason's timing. He's noticing when Jason does go for these crazy hop kicks. And instead, we're going to go to Dragon's Nest, a very nice, small stage, trying to keep it as close as possible with Kunicat.
Oddly shaped stages in the game. Still, we know these players. Odd is just another word for unorthodox.
Having an odd stage just evens the playing field here, as we're gonna go straight into Dragon's Nest in our game 3 between Jason and Kunicat. Every point counts, and right now 1-1 is exactly what Don Argus wants, but this is not exactly what they want. But so that means they're gonna have to pull out more of their more crazy things if they wanna get into the playoffs here. And immediately, Jason going for the optimal combo here afterwards, and looks for Kunicat here after that.
right. Jason still being a bit more compact than we're used to seeing. Kunicat doing such a great job of adjusting and playing this mid-range game. Jason, though, needs to get a big hit here because Kunicat is running away with this life lead.
Oh,
Oh
once
my
again,
goodness.
Jason catches the low. And right now, what's it gonna be? Oh, he got it! Ooms.
Is this dead,
No.
though?
It can't. It's not. 1 HP.
KO.
And there's the mid afterwards. Jason with the Oki. Good control of the Oki here. Now Kunicat is 1 round behind the death sandwich. Good punish here from Kunicat. Now Kunicat looking for more options. What are you gonna do here? Jason backdash away. But Kunicat is gonna chase you down.
He tried to go for the giant swing on hit stun once again. World Star! Oh my goodness, Jason losing quite a bit of health here, trying to pile up those plus frames. Another giant swing, but Kunicat not interested. But this top kick looks more of his size as Jason puts him to the wall.
Oh my goodness, trying to go for the reset there with that grab is Jason, but Kunicat fully aware of that and uses
KO.
the right button and grabs Jason,
Round
and
3.
Jason doesn't break here. Kunicat getting a 1 round here. There it is, the Booker T being utilized. Shining Wizard afterwards, but it does get broken. Giant Swing gets broken. What's gonna be the mix-up afterwards?
Jason being a bit more cheeky here, but lets that grab go through. Kunicat looking so good right now, commanding in fact. Actually throws out yet another unbroken grab. Jason picking up the pieces of his last round, trying to mount the comeback.
Oh my goodness, Exploder Suplex might be the first step here, utilizing the shoulder afterwards. And now Jason looking for Kunicat's openings here, because Kunicat does have a life lead. He's the one who's going to have to approach. And now, the life has been equalized, but the poke there. Good punish here from Kunicat. And Kunicat gets the round!
Round 4.
Kunicat once again. These adjustments have been absolutely insane. Jason just looks a bit flustered here as he's getting peppered once again by Kunicat.
Oh my goodness, what is your answer here? Heart jab here. Jason looking for another option. And Kunicat right now looking like a fully evolved player. The grab mix-ups are being used. And finally, Jason is breaking these throws. And he does have a chance to make a comeback here. Especially getting that counter hit. And this might be the start of something new. But will it feel right?
Jason trying to hold on. They both have rage. A broken Shining Wizard. Kunicat still on the offensive. There is the throw break. And that knife is going to go right through Jason. As Kunicat takes the set away. And the points. Those crucial points.
Those points were absolutely crucial. And of course, Kunicat soars and flies and keeps alive. Jason really needed those points. He badly needed those points. But right now, Kunicat with 2 points means he is going to be safe with 23, if I remember correctly. 23, which means Jason can still catch up, and so can Don Argus. But all they need to do now is play the game right. They need to play. They can't lose any single game. Zero losses is super important here. But let's look at the highlights right now to see how close that game was.
And close is the best way to describe that. Honestly, it did look like Jason had full control in that first set, but Kunicat, once again, really showing his attention to adaptation. His adjustments have been really good. His timing has just changed throughout that match. And again, Jason looked real good, but at the same time, man, a bit of heartbreaking for him.
A little bit of a heartbreaker. You saw how dismayed he was because he was feeling himself at the first game, but Kunicat made the right adjustments. Once again, this is like we're talking about a player who's faced adversity at the start, who looked like he wasn't $1 million, and now he's slowly piling up his stock. He's slowly looking like a playoff contender. And Jason was close, but no cigar.
No cigar. And like we mentioned, it is heartbreaking. I would say Jason would be a little disappointed in himself, but again, that is not something that he should harp on for too long because he's made it this far. There's no reason to doubt yourself when you're this deep into the Nationals. But once again, these matches have been super exciting. As the days pass, we can see either the players succumb to the rabidness or go for full compact, full textbook Tekken.
Yep, absolutely. And if you're wondering what happened there for some of these situations, for example, Jason going for these normal grabs. Let's be honest, guys. Shining Wizard at point blank range is super hard. and that's what happened there. That's why there were times where he looked like he couldn't kill, but immediately he did get most of it afterwards. And aside from that, it really did look like it was down the wire, and congratulations to Kunicat for that. But of course, he still has one more match today, and that is against SPIE Olympians Hapon.
That's right, and we all know Hapon, one of the veterans and one of the most dangerous players. And I would say, I would say he's a wild card, because sometimes Hapon has a slow start, and then he'll just flip the script on your head. But it does look like Hapon has been rocking this Geese way more times than he has been with any other character. Meanwhile, Kunicat with the signature Kunimitsu.
Yep, absolutely. And the head-to-head shows that Kunikat's Kunimitsu prevailed against the 2D pick that Hapon had in the form of the Geese. And that just goes to show the evolution of the player. The coaching of Nature Lover, the mentorship of both Nature Lover and Vermilion have been paying off, because most of the time, most players use 2D characters to throw Kunicat off.
And once again, that's just another layer of the mind games that we have seen so much in this league. And Kunicat has been doing so well to overcome this, his own personal demon here. Hapon has been one of the most dangerous Geese. You know, we had the invasion of Geese in the earlier seasons, but now we still have it, but just not as much of an extent.
Yep. And Goose problem no more for Kunicat here, showing that he can hang with the birds here once again, this really looked like it was down the wire, and I'm pretty sure Hapon would want his run back as much as possible here. That little combo drop there, I know what he was trying to do. He was trying to close out using wall carry, but it wasn't enough. It was short by a pixel, and it happens to the best of us. And look at Kunicat here. His Kunimitsu 18 picks. He does have a Shaheen, he does have a Marduk, but his Kunimitsu has been his tried and tested, his tried and true.
Tried and true. But we've seen that Marduk do a lot of damage as well. Meanwhile, on the side of Hapon, has a lot of picks under both Eddie and Geese now. It did look like Geese has caught up and in fact overtaken. Leroy is also a bit of a secret boss that he's been pulling out once things have hit the fan. But again, this is just an explosive match, and I just can't wait to get into it. Both these players looking like, oh, actually, Hapon's rocking a new hairstyle today. Yes.
Absolutely. And like he's putting on the dark suit. The venom webs are getting in his body, putting on that Peter Parker haircut there. And aside from that, it's really gonna be, how do I describe it? It's really gonna be a super important match for for Kunicat here. This is an important match for Kunicat because he has to make sure that he buries Don Argus and Jacin. So he needs to get every single point out there. He needs to nail down that coffin. But Hapon would want to win. He knows he wants a better placement. He knows he wants a more comfortable spot. And he knows that if he lets Kunicat through, that could be another form of headache there later on in the playoffs. But but once again, this is more of Kunikat's stake more than Hapon.
That's right, and man, Kunicat will get those points once he fixes that door. And that door, who's standing in front of it, is of course Hapon. And Hapon has been, how would I put this? He's been a mix of a lot of styles. You know, we've seen him play incredibly aggressive with that symbiote on him, but we've also seen him play incredibly compact and incredibly by the book, which can be the kryptonite for a lot of players. Hopefully, Kunicat does have an answer to both these sides of Hapon.
Kunimitsu has said it himself. People who are by the data, who are by the book, and of course defensively minded, somebody like Jules or somebody like Hapon, he will have a hard time with it. But once again, he did mention that before. But here, that was before. The Kunicat we know now is amazing in his own right. Completely disciplined, completely good at the reads. And right now he needs every single point because he is at 23 points and Hapon pulls out the way.
All right, we are in for some Hong Kong cinema, as we are going to see one of the more unconventional picks of a pun. But man, these players have once again shown us that they have a lot of weapons in that arsenal that they have not shown yet.
Absolutely, and let's see. I think I've seen Hapon pull out. Oh no, it was Maru pulling out the lay before during their franchise face-off. But now, Hapon looking like he's gonna go for it with this lay. And you're experienced in facing off lay. What tools do we have to keep track of here?
I don't even want to open that can of worms, man. Oh god, oh good lord. Lay is just a problem child of his own and is, by definition, a lab character. But upon looking so strong with his defense, you're breaking that, getting that auto parry from the, if I'm not mistaken, the Panther stance.
Yep. And of course, Hapon here looking for his own options. Down forward 1+2 being used, but Kunicat fully aware after the knockback and goes for the launch here. And Kunicat getting one round. Every round is vital. Razor Rush being utilized, and Kunicat looking for an opening as the stance changes are going on. But there, Kunicat gets another knockdown, and Hapon is having a hard time defending against this.
That's right, but upon doing the tricky stuff here, Kunicat has been very sharp against these Rave Sleeves, but here comes one from Hapon. And Hapon starting the blender. This mix is looking so dangerous. Kunicat kicks himself out of the timeout corner now. Hapon using empty dashes, but Kunicat stays alive.
Yep, absolutely. And Kunicat, 2 rounds here. Hapon with 0. Razor Rush being utilized. Once again, Hapon loses his turn, and Kunicat looking for the option here, and now immediately gets top kicked. And after that, it's gonna be the wall. Hapon really having a hard time here. Crane kick! Counter hit is gonna be the opener here for Hapon to put him out of the wall. And now, it's gonna be Kunicat once again getting another knockdown. Hop kick again?
Gosh. Another hop kick. That'll be $4, baby, as Kunicat getting plastered to the wall, and Hapon looks like his engines have started.
Yep, the diesel engine is about to start here, and you did talk about the slow start that Hapon usually has. And now, he's getting a lot of mileage here as he's gonna put Kunicat by the wall. Drunken stance? No. After that, Kunicat refuses to partake in this mix-up, and immediately he does have the wall control for himself and gets a whiff punish. Kunicat, 1 more point. He is now tied with Machinehead, and he's so close to getting out of that scary, scary situation.
And as you can see, as fabulous as that hair flip is, Hapon is trying to gather all the strength from his side of the camp here. Meanwhile, Kunicat, all he has to do is to play ahead. You know, he can't be complacent because once again, Hapon is an incredibly dangerous opponent. That does not need to be said, but just a quick reminder for the viewers out there.
And once again, like it's great that these guys have their own support system at like wherever, whenever, and it really does. How do I describe it? And it really does pay off because every single person that they consult is an absolute genius at the game. Hapon does have his coaching staff and teammates with him. His teammate, I mean, with him. Kunicat has 1 phone call away from Coach Nature Lover, and both of them are gonna be utilizing this kind of knowledge to their advantage.
But maybe we can see Hapon do the Sam Raimi comeback, you know? Again, Sam Raimi's movies, sometimes they slump, and then the next time we see them, they're gonna be absolutely amazing. And this is the type of comeback Hapon is looking for. His hairstyle says it all. He's seen that trilogy. You guys know what trilogy I'm talking about.
And let's see if Hapon can come back strong. Is he the human spider from here on out? Or is he the human goose as he pulls out the geese?
Como?
Of course, Geese here from Geese, a guest character from another fighting game, coming here to Tekken, going to Forgotten Realm. Just gonna that's gonna be a good mind game, because once again, it's gonna be another test whether or not Kunicat is still uncomfortable with the 2D. Let's see if he can stay true to that power, because Hapon is a really scary geese.
Geese the Tekken is peligroso. And of course, Geese, my goodness, Geese has made a lot of people upset through every incarnation. This would not be the first time we've seen someone say, somebody ban Geese. Or in other words, esta selección está prohibida. Now Hapon looking really strong, starting off with a jab here, but Kunicat with an even bigger counter hit.
Absolutely. And Kunicat does get that floor break. Hapon is going to be in a world of hurt because this is going to be wall to wall to wall. And Hapon ducking at like what I could just say as a hard breeze there. But immediately, Kunicat still just doing so much against Hapon here.
That's right, and this Geese does not have any meter to work with. Trying to collect those +3. Kunicat trying to challenge it just a tiny bit. Now Hapon looks like he's in the driver's seat for this poking, but again, Kunicat flipping the script with a big counter hit of his own.
And now Hapon looking for the options here. He can't stay by this wall because Kunicat is a very dangerous target here. Especially now that he splats Hapon and breaks another floor and gets that damage in. And Kunicat looking so dominant. He looks like he's gonna be out. He looks like he's gonna be out of the danger zone if he gets this third round.
Hapon also has very, very limited resources. He only has enough bar for one big combo. Kunicat has to play a bit more conservative here because we all know what Geese is capable of, especially in this stage.
Oh my goodness, right now. Oh, good dunk here from Hapon, but Kunicat just a little frame late there. Immediately goes to the Moon Slicer and into the wall we go. No, just a little too late. And once again, Hapon throwing out these Moon Slicers, but the jump in is exactly what he needed. As he breaks the floor, finally we're going all the way down and Hapon gets around and some breathing room.
Oh dear me, and this is why Geese is a very upsetting pick in a lot of his incarnations. He still has that meter available and keeping Kunicat at bay. Kunicat trying to throw that kunai out, but no, his Repukins are keeping him at very, very safe distances.
The fireball zone and Kunicat was looking for the right opportunity to throw that warp blade and immediately takes back that life lead that Hapon was building up. Dash in, all beautiful sidestep, but immediately Kunicat goes for the slide and Hapon reads it from a mile away.
Hapon looking a lot better than his previous 2 rounds here and in fact building another meter, but Kunicat knows better than to take those street shards. That's doing a bit of work. Oh my goodness,
Oh, he's dead.
dead.
He's dead. It's probably dead, and it is dead. And Kunicat gets 3 points from downtown. Kunicat is, from the looks of it, for today, safe. Safe, and he might be going to the playoffs.
That could potentially be a heartbreaker for everyone contending in that what we call the no-no square. And Hapon looking still pretty relaxed here, not letting that loss affect him too much. But Kunicat, you can tell he's very, very happy with his progress and the points he's collected for himself.
Absolutely, and he should be proud because right now he looks like he's on the one-way train to playoffs as we are going to check the highlights.
Once again, a dominating performance by Kunicat so early on. That was the first rave sweep Hapon threw out and Kunicat was right on it. But this time around, Hapon looked like he had a lot of signs of life here, but this late just, well, you know, at that moment at least, that damage was piling on.
Yep, absolutely, but in the end, Kunicat grit his teeth, stopped Hapon's lay, and forced him to go to the Geese. And there, once again, we're seeing that there's the comfort coming in. Kunicat's getting more and more comfortable against 2D characters, and that's gonna be a big talking point here for a lot of these players. They don't want to pull out this 2D for the sake of 2D against Kunicat anymore. This is a hurdle that he's already gone past, way past.
Exactly, and there's still a hidden gear that these players have not fully displayed yet, and that is, I would believe, is reserved for playoffs. But again, this has been a spectacular showing for Kunicat. Hopefully, he'll still continue to grow as the league progresses. And what else can we say about him? He's been faced with a lot of adversity. He's had the strength and the perseverance to go over that, and done so well to keep up with the veterans.
And honestly, it's the greatest thing. It's the greatest thing you could think of. and he might be one of the freshest faces in our playoffs. One of the draftees that end up in the playoffs if he keeps up this performance. And right now, the danger zone is getting tighter and tighter. Don Argus cannot lose any game.
Right.
Jason,
Go
on the
ahead.
other hand, needs to win all his points too, because right now he still also has a chance to. Both of them still have a chance, but the victim is gonna have to be Machinehead, and they have to pray that there are no wins on Machinehead's side today. As before that, though, we're gonna go on a short break as we answer all those questions in the second half. As once again, I'm Ernest Yorfiki Buzon. Here with me is Raf, and you guys are watching the Nationals. We'll be right back.
Stay tuned.
At nagbabalik tayo dito sa The National Season 3 Tekken Conference Pro League Group Stage Day 4. And ako yung commentator nyo ngayon, Young Rafiki, and here with me is Poru Kun. And how are you, Poru?
I am out of breath. Hindi pa ako nagsistart. Wala na akong hininga kagad. Kasi sobrang tindi ng mga laban natin kanina. Hindi ko in-expect yung mga pangyayari. Yung mga predictions ko medyo nagkawarde-warde na. Pero of course, marami pa tayong susunod na laban na sobrang halaga talaga because sobrang lapit ng points ngayon kung makikita ninyo. Pero of course, yung next match natin is between two of the players na nandun sa ating danger zone, which is Don Argus versus Jason. So, an incredibly dangerous match. Ito yung second segment natin. We're starting off with Don Argus versus Jason, followed by Machinehead versus Hapon, and then Jules against Don Argus, and finally ending the day with Maru and Jules. So, Rafiki, oh my goodness, kaya mo pa ba?
Kayang-kaya. Of course, kayang-kaya talaga. And of course, let's not forget, what are they fighting for here? Kasi mayroon tayong standings ngayon. As we're gonna look at those standings right now. As we could see, BRE Maru is standing tall at 36 points. And he hasn't even played yet. Signal Ultra Warriors Vermilion with 32. Lost Playbook Esports AK with 30. SMO Jules with 28. And SEO Hapon with 26. They've been consistent performers all throughout here. Dito sa top half natin.
Yeah, talagang the big three nandun na sa taas eh. Even the big four as well. Pero here are the players in the latter half. Kunicat bumping himself up to 26 points. So nandun siya sa bandang taas ng second half natin. Followed by Coffee Prince, who is also at 26 points. And then Machinehead at 24. Now in the super serious danger zone, pulang-pula. Medyo nagliliyab na yung mga buntot nila dito sa danger zone. Si Jason at 19 points. Followed by Don Argus at 12. And kung mapapansin nyo guys, para makalabas si Don Argus dun sa danger zone, he will have to pull a perfect 12 points in his next matches just to match with Machinehead as well. So medyo talagang kapit sa patalim ngayon si Don Argus, and he's gonna need all your support. Send him all your energy because this is going to be the most important part of his run here in the Nationals.
Every single win counts. Every single win counts, and they will need that. And once again, this makes it even scarier. This makes it even scarier because the playoffs are so near. The shadow of the playoffs are so near. And before we could even begin that, we actually have a little video for you guys called the pregame. Let's check it out.
Hand stretching. Papakita ko sa inyo yung ginagamit kong pang hand stretch. Ito, tinuro sa akin to ni Coach Mouse para iwas drop ng combo.
I'm built different. They going to the bathroom first to freshen up. Nagpapa-refresh ako para ma-clear yung pag-iisip ko at titingin ako sa sarili ko sa salamin.
I always like to start my day with coffee. Very dependent on it, more than I'd like to admit.
Hey, does anybody want coffee?
Who wants coffee? I just made a fresh pot of coffee. Does anybody want coffee?
Nothing crazy.
If I have to have an answer, then it probably involves just pressing the power button on my PC and going straight to playing.
Okay.
I just make sure that I eat well before competing because Tekken is a mind game, right? So it's really hard to compete when you're hungry.
Pag gutom ka, para kang lola ko.
Pero if there's one thing na iniiwasan ko as much as possible, maglaro ng walang laman ng tiyan.
Meron po akong strict diet plan bago maglaro. So, sinusunod ko po yun. And yun po yung lagi kong ginagawa talaga kada tournament.
Before, di ako natutulog ng 12 hours bago mag-tourney. Kasi gusto ko gising diwa ako. Nagbago yung ritual ko na kailangan pala kumpleto yung tulog ka ng 8 hours or more.
Hindi ako naglalaro ng Tekken. Naglalaro ako ng ibang games. Tapos pagka dating na ng tournament, para sabi ka ako maglaro.
Get that 30, bro.
My pre-game ritual is something called box breathing. So it goes something like this. For 3 seconds, you inhale. And then you hold that in for 3 seconds. And then you exhale for 3 seconds. And then you hold that for 3 seconds. Like a box.
Friday, hindi na ako maglalaro. Pero the entire week, from Monday to Thursday, I'll play it out. Like 8 to 10 hours per day. And then
within Friday, nothing Tekken related. That's what I usually do.
Mag-warm up lang, practice, bago mag-sabak sa matches.
Kaya nahirapan ka? Sige, buhati mo, kasumuka ka.
That was interesting to know na ganun yung mga pre-game ritual nila. Iba-iba rin no, Rafiki? Talagang kanya-kanya sila ng ways to get into the groove. Ikaw, meron ka bang sariling pre-game ritual?
Yung pre-game ritual ko is not really, like, I just go straight to the toilet and that's it. Let everything out and go crazy. And of course, it's super important kasi, like, if you think about it, guys, pre-game rituals exist to really psych yourself up.
Yeah,
even Doc Jimmy has his own. He plays hungry, actually.
Ooh. Yeah, that's true. So, talagang makuha mo yung saktong mood para mailabas mo talaga yung maximum mo, no? And our players are gonna need it, especially dito sa second half, dahil nga kailangan na nila ng points. And our next match, these are the two that need the points the most. It's Don Argus versus Jasen. 4-3 on the head-to-head record, and it's Don Argus bringing out the Eliza for the most part, pero considering yung update na na-receive natin recently with Heihachi, medyo nangangamoy Heihachi yung ilalabas niya next. And Jasen, on the other hand, nakita natin siya earlier with the Armor King.
Yep, but the last time they met, si Jasen gumamit ng how to describe it, the Kunimitsu, and that went to full success. There was so much success behind the Kunimitsu pick, and I don't think Don Argus expected it, and I'm pretty sure he's fully prepared of it now. Pero of course, this time Don Argus has the luxury of trying to surprise Jasen with this Heihachi. We're probably gonna see him like utilize all those great tools that were given to Heihachi. But once again, Don Argus needs to pull out all the stops. Kailangan talaga niya yung points. He can't drop a single game or he's out. He's teetering on the edge. And right now, he's at a close shave.
Tightrope walking at only 12 points right now. Pero this could be the start of a miracle comeback. Pwede pa siya makapasok sa ating playoffs. Pero definitely, sobrang liit na nung madadaanan niyan. Kailangan niya talagang ilabas yung 100% na lakas niya. 100% lakas. Pero yung kalaban niya, of course, si Jasen, nakita natin siya earlier, looking good on that Armor King. Pero unfortunately, hindi niya nakuha yung win against kay Kunicat. And he does have several other characters, and as you mentioned earlier, Rafiki, ginamit niya yung Kunimitsu before, and it worked really well against Don Argus.
And once again, these two players really need to fight for it. Kasi once again, both of them have a chance to get out of the danger zone and get into playoffs. And right now, you could see it head versus hair, getting themselves ready. Don Argus versus Jasen, keeping themselves serious, keeping themselves not too psyched up, and they're not gonna think too much. They're gonna keep themselves calm. They're gonna keep themselves kosher. And this is, once again, like, it's just, once again, as you said before, 100% lakas. Papalabas nila lahat ng alamag nila. They need to know, they need to use everything.
Yeah, absolutely everything if they want to keep surviving here in the Nationals. They are in the danger zone. And I like na binring up mo na they are not gonna think about that much. Kasi considering yung playstyle nilang dalawa, Don Argus is more of an instinctive player. He's told me this before, and he likes to play by feel din. Right? Hindi siya yung tipong nagkakabisado ng frame data, nagkakabisado ng mga setups. Siyempre, gamay niya yung mga character niya, pero he likes to play from his heart. And Jasen, on the other hand, he also knows his characters inside out, pero mararamdaman mo rin dun sa laro niya na very heart-oriented yung playstyle niya. He listens to what he wants to do. He's gonna go for things that he doesn't have to do, but he really just wants to do, and he's gonna make it work for himself. So that is going to be an interesting clash in this matchup na makikita natin sa susunod na match.
And I was actually gonna bring this up before then on the pre-show, but didn't have the opportunity to. Tong dalawang to are massive character loyalists. They've been sticking to their guns through and through, and so far the shift in the way Tekken is to be played dito sa the Nationals, a lot of people have been moving towards character variety, and Don Argus was the biggest Eliza one trick for the longest time, and he's sticking to that. And now Jasen staying with the Kunimitsu. We kept on talking about the Heihachi, but then we were forgetting. Somebody did mention, if I remember correctly, it was Raph backstage. it's not the buffs that would fit Don Argus. So he's sticking with this Eliza instead.
Yeah. Interesting choice from Don Argus. 80 to 20 talent picks on the side of Jason here. So not looking good in the predictions part for Don Argus pair. And not to mention, this is a replay of their previous encounter then. And we know how that went. Now, let's see if Don Argus has learned a lot more compared to the back then in that time.
Oh, they're looking for the flow state here. The dive kick ginamit ni Don Argus. And now Jason does have a little space left. But once again, yung spacing talaga ng dalawa, they're really looking for options. And Don Argus once again using this jump back to his fullest advantage, but no break from the grab. And immediately Jason gets the round.
Yeah, really fast interaction between these two players. Talagang hindi sila nagsasayang ng panahon. Walang isip-isip ng spacing muna for now. Right in each other's spaces. Jason with a slight life deficit dito sa umpisa ng round, but that launch is gonna deal some serious damage. And alam naman natin si Kunimitsu, hanggang sa pader yan, aabot ka agad. Goes for the mix-up, immediately gets a pick-up as well. Don Argus is in danger here.
Pero ready yung strawberry ice pop ni Don Argus as he uses one of it for the EXDP and tries to go for the punish there. But instead, a low parry. Huli ka, says Jason. And now, that's going to be 2 rounds for Jason. And Don Argus can't drop a game if he wants to stay for the chance to go to playoffs.
Yeah, not a single game, and that launch is slowly but surely chipping away at his chances right now. Jason, nasa sulok na naman si Don Argus here. Kailangan niya makalabas pero wala siyang meter. Good block from Don Argus. The read is here. The puso is staying true with what's supposed to happen here, and now he's gonna have to fight his way out, but that power crush from Jason puts him back in the corner.
I can't believe Don Argus committed to that duck for a million years! Pero parang patay na to si Don Argus, but he's looking for a comeback! Rage is available! Yung Betro ginamit niya! And now, we're gonna go to the wall! What's it gonna be? The dive kick? What's the mix-up? Afterwards, what's the punish? There's the low parry!
There it is! Oh no! Jason drops it! No! Rage drive from Jason takes it away anyways! The drops, the exchanges, the scramble, and Jason walks away with the first game. Don Argus drops the game there. That is an unfortunate sequence between these two players.
The single HP, 1 HP, all he had to do was blow wind in his face and he'd win. But aside from that, Jason with the full awareness, the amazing awareness, realizing I'm still alive, I'm not dropping the stick, anything can happen from here on out. And immediately, even after dropping the low parry combo, comes back with the rage drive. That was a crazy scramble, and it could have gone either way.
Yeah, it certainly could have gone any way talaga. It was all a matter of recovering as fast as possible. And maganda yung decision making ni Jason doon, going for the rage drive. Because why not naman, diba? If you have the rage, alam mo namang magagamit mo yung rage drive, you are at the corner, it's a good option. And he picked the perfect time to do it, stealing away the round from Don Argus there at the end here. Now, of course, right now, since Don Argus, since natalo si Don Argus here, he's gonna have the chance to switch characters or switch the stage. Let's see what he's going to go for his next match against Jason.
Yep, definitely. And now Jason looking like he's on the verge to reaching playoffs for the first time here dito sa Nationals. Let's see if he can keep up that pace. If he gets this 3-0, if he gets this 2-0, he gets 3 whole points. And now to Howard Estate does Don Argus go. And I don't think he wants to let go of a win. I don't think he wants to let go of a win. I think that got to him. I think he's ready to brawl. Even with a drop game, he's still gonna try to win because that's what Don Argus's heart is. It's so much heart.
Yeah.
And that is why. That is why he's not gonna give up here.
Yeah, not at all. Talagang gusto pa rin nilang ituloy yung laban, ipakita ko ano yung kaya nilang gawin because this is still the biggest stage here, the Nationals. And of course, he can still play spoiler para sa mga makakalaban niya, including Jason, who is trying to struggle out of the danger zone as well. But that interesting trade there, Jason unable to convert, but Don Argus arm almost in range.
Oh, this is gonna be crazy because Jason right now looks like he's just in the flow state with this massive Kunimitsu. But just as I say that, Don Argus gets a float and puts Jason by the wall. But instead, using EX, what's it gonna be?
Interesting interrupt from Don Argus here, trying to keep Jasen sa pader. Ayaw niyang aalis dyan. The Cabedon is real for Don Argus, and Jasen is almost in rage here. Don Argus with his back almost towards the wall. Good jab. Predicts Jasen's teleport here. Hindi niya papaliparin. Last chance here. The slide comes in, and an EXDP takes the round. 1 round apiece between Don Argus and Jasen.
Bawal talaga. Pag si Don Argus, you approach him with meter, you can't. Unless you know that he's gonna EXDP, you just can't. You have to bait it out sooner or later. Pero here, Jasen looking for the slide. Don Argus is by the Fusuma wall. This is not where you want to be. If you, oh my goodness, the dizziness is going out now.
Tinuloy-tuloy niya. Kasi usually, yung mga Kunimitsu, like 2 or 3 lang and then goes for the mid. So that is a mix-up on its own. And Don Argus was very patient to let it run its course. Now 30 seconds left on the clock. There's the whiff on the EX dive kick. No more meter for Don Argus. Jasen not going to be breaking the wall. The third hit whiffs. Did he press a button? He did!
Oh, he did press, and now that's Jasen getting taken out. That will kill. Counter hit and low health. Don Argus gets the second round. He wants to play spoiler. He wants to make Jasen earn these points.
Yeah, you took away my chance here. Now I'm going to ruin. I'll make you rue the day you did that to me. Now Don Argus is looking good so far. The dive kick comes in. Slight life deficit. Jasen backing away for now. There's the kunai throw. Don Argus ready with the punish.
Oh my goodness. And let's not forget here for the audience, it's gonna get really spicy if Jasen gets the higher win here. It's gonna be the upper echelons of like safe. It becomes less safe after all. And now Don Argus gets a wall combo and gets that 1 point away from Jasen. Take it away. Give it to me. And now we have a match.
We do. This is a serious development here on the side of Jasen because he is already struggling in the lower parts of the rankings, and he just got 1 point taken away from him by Don Argus. So ngayon medyo maghihirap na siya lalo. He was at, I think, 19 points, getting 1 point, so nasa 20 na siya. Pero that will not be enough to bring him out of the danger zone just yet. And now, he only has 1 point to gain from Don Argus. And Don Argus, the momentum nasa kanya ngayon. Posibleng kunin pa ni Don Argus yung 1 point na yon. So this is really scary for Jasen.
And once again, the playoff dreams are still alive para kay Jasen. He needs to find a way to make sure that Don Argus doesn't rain hard on his party, or else both of them are gonna get dragged down, and like it's just heartbeat after heartbeat. The hearts are racing. Everyone is at 175 beats per minute at this point. It's practically a drum and bass track.
Yeah, talagang mapapasayaw ka na lang sa sobrang lakas ng kabog sa dibdib mo eh. Pero that's just how it is. This is an intense day at day number 4 of the group stage where everything really counts. These matches are sure to take our breaths away, and they really are doing so. So amazing stuff so far from these two players. Pero tignan natin yung development ha. Kasi talo si Jasen, he wants to get the points. Is he going to make a switch or stay with Kunimitsu? Because kanina nakita natin yung Armor King. He's been making good use of the buffs dito sa latest na update natin sa Tekken 7. But is it going to be a good idea against Eliza?
Let's see how it's gonna roll. Because once again, they play by heart. They don't play by data. And let's see if the Armor King gets used. Oh my goodness. This is it. This is the moment of truth for Jasen. Can he use Cooler King to get a better chance at playoffs? Because this is big, especially in Island Paradise na may balcony break. They can extend their damage, and when you talk about damage, you talk about Armor King. Armor King got that big boy damage.
Yeah, sobrang may mga inangat sa damage niya talaga, especially yung mga chain throws niya. Everything got buffed by 5 points of damage. And si Jasen mahilig gumamit nun eh. Pero mahirap mahuli si Eliza since lumilipad yan. But here comes an early combo from Don Argus, taking him straight to the wall.
And let's see what Don Argus can go for breakfast here. And immediately goes for the Dark Wave. Jasen, he's gonna be in a bad spot here. Near the balcony break. Don't duck by the wall, like most people would say. But Jasen got that read right. And now he might be mounting a comeback, as we're gonna see him go for the shoulder.
Nice sidestep from Don Argus, keeping in mind yung sidestep niya dito laban kay Jasen. But that forward 2-1 is gonna even out the score a little bit here. Trying to find the last hit, and Don Argus takes that first round. Trying to steal away that round from Jasen. Jasen on a bit of a struggle here, and that EX dive kick from Don Argus at the start of the second round is bad news para sa kanya.
It's gonna be in the timeout corner. But speaking of timeouts, this is what Jacen's probably gonna go against Don Argus, going for the reset, trying to go for the plus frames instead. And right now, there's gonna be the clothesline. The low blow being utilized here, and Jacen looking for an option once again, punishes Don Argus. Don Argus did not use any meter afterwards.
Yeah, meron pa siyang meter nakakatakot nandun, iisa. As he's working on a second one as well, being very conservative with his meter usage so far. Almost equal life, Jacen hindi pa enraged. No dive kick from Don Argus, goes for a jumping kick. 20 seconds left on the clock, and both players at almost equal life here. A counter hit, goes for the round out, and oh no, he steals the turn. Don Argus is still alive here. 12 seconds left. The rising flips him, and a down 4 on the floor. 1 round apiece. Such a close match between these two, Rafiki.
Muntik na yun! Jacen looked like he had arthritis and then started running it back, getting that scramble in his favor. Now Don Argus looking for another option here. Nandun siya sa balcony break. This is gonna be scary for him, but he does fight back. And now the low parry though from Jacen is gonna put Don Argus in a bad spot once again. Is he gonna go for position? No, he wants to go for more Oki.
Good choice here. Don Argus, medyo umaatras siya papunta sa pader. Pero meron siyang life advantage here. That 2-1 is gonna work in his favor though. The backswing blow as well. Another back on Jacen. Tulog si Eliza in a way that he doesn't like. Don Argus gonna be put into rage here. There it is. Forward 2-1 for the last hit. The run-up comes in. He jumps over it. Gets the DX as well. A second jump in from Don Argus and spans the rage art. That might be enough. Is it going to take down Jacen?
Let the darkness consume you. Let's see it.
Oh, there it is.
And it does.
Oh no, Don Argus 1 round away from taking away that very precious point from Jacen. This armor king not working wonders for Jacen here, but a beautiful shadow uppercut says so otherwise.
And this is gonna go to the wall, all the way to the wall. But no, it's a little slanted, but it doesn't matter. There's gonna be the setup afterwards by the wall again. No, it's not. But Don Argus now has lost a lot of health. Good break here from Don Argus, and he doesn't want to be in this spot anymore. Please take me home.
Yeah, he definitely does not. But Jacen, medyo malapit siya sa sulok here. Don Argus is in the red. Galit yung vampira. But Jacen with a long range shoulder. Nakita mo yun, may spike pa yun. Masakit yan, Don Argus. It's not long ago. 1 more round between these two players.
And there, down back 3, gets dive kick. And what do you counter hit? But anyways, like aside from that, it's gonna be a giant swing here from Jacen. Good tech here from Don Argus, preventing a lot of that damage from going through. Pero pumindot si Jacen habang EX si Don Argus. And this might just be, this might spell doom for him because he's by the wall and Don Argus has EX.
Yeah, kapag may EX si Don Argus, bawal makulit, and Jacen is now overthinking his decisions here. Watches the unblockable here. Good block by Don Argus on the low drop kick here. Another low from Jacen. Goes for the giant swing. Don Argus gising na gising. Inalas yung giant swing, and now he's in a world of hurt here. Jacen is in the red. 15 seconds left on the clock. Don Argus looking good, but
he's dead!
He goes for the rage art. He gets the wall splat, and this is going to be it. Jacen is going to take this match and the point from Don Argus in this match. 2-1.
That is how you whiff punish.
Oh,
Don Argus was looking for it. He was trying to fish for it, but then, oh my God.
Don Argus
sending
a farewell message there. Wala nang habol sa points. GG's to all. GG's to Don Argus. He performed really well here. Yeah.
What a class act, dude. What a class act. Because even in the face of defeat, Don Argus takes it with stride. But he does have one more match. He can play spoiler if he wants to. But right now, the danger zone has moved from downwards to upwards.
Yeah, that's
yung
true.
mga 24 points, yung mga 25 points, you don't want Jacen to win at all.
No.
But now, let's look at these highlights right now.
Earlier on, this was a crazy match, diba? Kasi it's a replay basically of well, not exactly a replay. It's definitely a redo of their previous meetup dito sa the Nationals here in this season of the Nationals. That is the Kunimitsu versus the Eliza pick, and Jacen was just on a roll with the Kunimitsu, and Don Argus was on quite a struggle at most parts, and Jacen with the reads, getting those low parries on Don Argus, and that scramble at the end as well. He's the one who walked away from it.
Absolutely. And now it really looked like Don Argus was picking up his rhythm, picking up steam. Kasi pag tingnan natin sa game 3, after this rage art, it looked like it was the Don Argus show. He was much more confident. He was much more he was just feeling himself really well, getting the whiff punishes at the right exact time. At pag tingnan natin tong game 3, as much as Jason was making his comebacks, Don Argus was looking like $1 million sooner or later.
Yeah, both of the players played out of their minds dito sa match na to. The XDPs from Don Argus, yung mga huli niya with the EX dive kicks as well. Saktong-sakto lahat, getting those rage art finishes na sakto lang yung damage and getting them that win. But Jason actually at the end there, with the heart of a lion, not even just a jaguar, a heart of a lion here, getting the long range whiff punish and the final whiff punish as well against Don Argus to take the game. That is just a testament of how skilled of a player talaga si Jason and how much he wants to make it into the playoffs. So GG sa kanya, 2 points for him here in the Nationals.
And really, like it just goes to show how tight the competition is. Because right now, the next match is gonna determine somebody else's fate. It is gonna be Smart Omega's Machinehead versus STIE Olympians Hapon. This danger zone is now extending to Machinehead, and right now he has to win every point against Hapon because every point matters right now. If he doesn't get any, Jason is on the verge of taking over.
Yeah, that's true. He's at 24 points at the moment. And yung si Jason nasa 21 na, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, that's right, 21 points. So sobrang lapit na niya this time around. And you know, Machinehead, nakita din natin siya in the past. Of course, ito yung mga laban nila back in day number 4. Hapon with the Leroy Smith, making quick work of Machinehead actually. Sobrang lakas pa rin na character ni Leroy Smith even after the adjustments. And it's been showing in the hands of our pro players.
Yep, really, really well done. But now, it is a new patch. We are gonna see some new things. And right now, Smart Omega's Machinehead does have a lot of characters up his sleeve. Alam natin may Geese siya, may Alisa siya, may Fakumram siya, may Akuma siya. Pero right now, with the new patch, he might pull out a few more things. We might even see his Eddie.
Yeah,
again,
that's it.
In the face of Hapon, who is also an Eddie.
You know, ito yung gusto kong makita di ba? They both have an Eddie. So medyo pag-iisipan nila, gusto ko makailabas yung Eddie laban sa kalaban ko. And then they're gonna think, nah, I don't think Eddie is gonna work kasi alam nila yung character. So they're both gonna go for Geese instead. We're gonna get a mirror match anyways, but that might be a scenario here. But who knows kung sino ilalabas nga ni Machinehead. Because, you know, Coffee Prince does have that Eddie, that Leroy, and that Geese. So medyo hindi magkakalayo yung mga character picks nila.
Hapon, you mean, as there it is.
Yeah.
You could see, like these picks aren't really something foreign to Machinehead. Yung Eddie, yung Geese, and Leroy at the side there, a little scary. Pero let's not forget, if I remember correctly, may Fakumram din si Hapon, may Noctis din si Hapon. Like those are hiding at the seams. We don't even know what else he can pull out because once again, every time there's a new patch, Hapon maximizes it so well.
Yeah, titingnan natin kung ano yung nakatago sa likod ng banks ni Hapon dyan. Baka kung sinong character yung tinatago niya. And who knows, diba? Ang dami rin kasi mga nabago mga characters, right? Aside from the ones that were mentioned in the patch highlights earlier on, ang dami rin mga ibang phantom changes. Well, not just phantom changes, just regular updates for the other characters, right? Feng getting that damage buff, Jack getting some more hitbox adjustments, even Dragonov as well. Pero who knows kung sino ilalabay nitong mga characters na to. Mukhang may binabalak si Machine, nakikita mo sa ngiti niya eh.
No, like of course, the man's always scheming. Like there's always calculations going on in that man's head. And once again, this is gonna be a treat for people who like defensive play. Kasi these are really good stoic players na like pag alam nila na bawal, they won't press. Bawal pumindot? No, none of that. We're gonna see textbook Tekken at its finest. And we're gonna see how creative you can be, even as a defensive, faithful to data player.
Yeah, that's true. It's going to be a very technical matchup between Hapon and Machinehead. Pero tignan na natin, silipin na natin kung sino nga ba yung mga pinili nila. Is it?
Eddie Mirror?
No.
Wait, what? Nag-swap!
It's a big swap here. It's the Uno reverse card because Hapon is on Geese and Machinehead is on the Eddie here in the Devil's Pit. This is a crazy turn of events. Parang what if alternate dimension dito sa the Nationals. What are we seeing here, Rafiki?
The best Geese in the Philippines using Tekken, using Eddie, and the best Eddie using Geese.
It's a swap.
This is insane. This is insane. Do I need medication? This is crazy.
Are we having a stroke? Kasi hindi tayo sure kung totoo yung nakikita natin eh. But look at this. What's real is that Hapon gets the early damage against Machinehead here with that low parry. This counter hit as well. Makakatulong sa kanya. Machinehead getting stuff in the corner. Hindi siya makasayaw palabas dyan. This Eddie Gordo is on the struggle.
Yep, and you can't sidestep. It's really hard to sidestep as Eddie. And right now, Hapon trying to swipe at those legs. Machinehead trying to press after the plus. He thought he could steal that, but it turns out he couldn't. Hapon keeping it as small as possible and compact as possible.
Yeah, very wise decision from Hapon. You know, minsan hindi mo kailangan komplikahin eh. You don't need the complicated strings of Geese Howard to take down opponents. Keeping it simple is a good game plan as well, and it works on Machinehead. But Machinehead seems to have adjusted right now, has the life advantage against Hapon.
And of course, let's not forget my quality of life changes na binigay kay Eddie. Especially that up forward 4 is now homing.
Oh yeah.
Just as I say that, this is gonna be unfortunate kasi may parry dun kay Hapon, and now he does have rage, and what's gonna happen?
He jumps right
It's
over
amazing.
That is one of the problems ng mga Eddie, right? Kapag naka-RLX sila, yung mga 2D characters with their annoyingly floaty jumps usually just jump over them, and Hapon put it to really good use.
Yep. If nandun ang option, pag libre yung option, kunin mo na lang. Yan talaga. And then of course Hapon here getting big damage off of this combo. He's gonna maximize it. Of course he's gonna go for the knockdown afterwards. Good Oki there, and immediately Machinehead gets a low parry, but he is 1 pixel away from rage.
Yeah, 1 pixel, onti na lang. Looking good. Hapon actually in. Oh, he floats him as well. That was the perfect opportunity para kay Hapon. Not gonna be enough. The run-up comes in. The plus DF1 Machinehead pressing again. And Hapon walks away with 3 straight rounds. No round brown in this match.
Geese mirror. Geese mirror. I'm guessing it's a Geese mirror. Hapon looking like he's done with it. He sees the Eddie pick and he's like, "How dare you? How dare you?" Right in front of me. Immediately just goes to town, puts Machinehead to school. It looked like LeBron James versus Trevor Ariza for those 3 rounds, but we know Machinehead. We know how he can come back from here. And let's see what it's gonna be. Is it gonna be, Geese ka pala, ha? Let me show you how I do Geese. Let me show you how I do Geese, dog.
That's not a Geese. This is a Geese, sabi ni Machinehead. I'd love to see that. Gusto ko makita yung return na gano'n. And then, tapos mananalo si Machinehead, tapos si Hapon naman yung mag-e-Eddie, no? Nagpalitan lang sila bigla. But who knows how it's going to turn out? Kasi aside from the Geese Howard, Machinehead also has a few other characters. He even has an Alisa. Hindi niya nilalabas masyado recently. Pero he also has, there was this one character, Akuma. He's brought out Akuma at some point. If I'm not tripping and I'm not mistaken, let me check. Yeah, he has. Yeah. Akuma, right. Fakumram, Marduk, Zafina at some point nilabas niya, which was pretty trippy choices. So we still don't know what he's gonna bring out.
Yep, absolutely. My mini character bingo din to si Machinehead. Like he does have, and if anything, he might. Hopefully, like I'm praying that you're pulling out the Gigas.
Ooh.
Even though it wasn't at great success, this might actually be we might see some amazing things here coming in here from Machinehead. Pero aside from that, like most likely we might see the Akuma, most likely we might see the Geese, most likely we might see the Alisa kasi those are the ones that he's most comfortable with din eh.
Yeah. Talagang, at saka ang ganda ng success na naibibigay sa kanya ng mga characters na yun, right? He's had wins against some of the best players using those characters, and with Machinehead being also a specialist with a 2D, he can have a very annoying playstyle. And pero I like your prediction pa rin, Rafiki, na baka ilabas nga niya yung Geese, because this is the character na talagang nagtatak sa kanya dito sa the Nationals. Machinehead is known as the geese here in the competition. So schooling Hapon might be in his plans.
It might be. Like it's just too well it's just falling in place. Everything's falling in place, and let's see what he's gonna do. It might be the Akuma, it might be the geese. I like money's on the geese here. And do I owe Poru money?
No. No. Oh.
We owe no one money.
No. It's the Leroy Smith coming in for Machinehead. Interesting pick from his side, especially considering that Hapon does have the Leroy Smith.
Oh, absolutely. And this is once again Machinehead trying out something new. You got the Leroy. We do know that it is part of his arsenal. We do know that it is part of the Omega arsenal since Jules did pull it out too. So we do know that Machinehead is comfortable with this pick. And let's see how he's gonna try it against Hapon right now, as the Repukins are gonna be used to zone out this poking machine that is Leroy.
This now that I think about it, yung pick ni Machinehead is pretty good as well because Geese does have some of the strings that are quite predictable, so he can use the parry here. Machinehead gets a launch here and puts Hapon in the corner. Good damage, not quite in rage as Hapon.
Oh my goodness, once again the Death March is coming. Hapon ducking at the wall. He was trying to guess, but Machinehead did not capitalize on that. Now Machinehead is gonna be robbed. Is it gonna be the case? Down jab! Plus frame! DF1! And Hapon! The man just walked into church and robbed the man.
Oh my goodness, that was well placed from Hapon. Yung crouch jab niya yun, parang ano siya, flavor ng season 1 dati, nung sobrang sikat pa yung down jab. And though wala na siya natural combo, it still works pretty well. Now Hapon poised to send Machinehead downstairs. He does so. What's he gonna do for the follow-up here? Running one at the end. A very flashy combo from Hapon.
Beautiful flashy stuff here from Hapon. The Machinehead is already at 50% health. Yung Eagle Claw gets snuffed out, gets floated out, and what a beautiful parry here from Machinehead. But he still has to deal with the plus frames on off of max mode Repukin. And let's see what it's gonna be, because right now Hapon trying to space himself out and trying to go at it. 1 HP!
1 HP here, and there it is, a chop to the feet. Yung sapatos ni Machinehead here is not steel toes and masakit against kay Machinehead, and Hapon 1 round away from taking down Machinehead here, but here comes a huge trade for Machinehead.
And now Machinehead gonna put the hurt to Hapon, and looking at it, Hapon trying to look for position pero nandun siya sa wall, which means it's gonna be really scary for him. But once again, oh my goodness, Machinehead knew he had it.
Ang lakas ng 1-inch punch, nagtalsikan yung floor doon sa stage na duo mo this year. That's how strong that was. But Hapon, speaking of strong, gonna have a strong combo here against Machinehead. Medyo kinapos sa wall pero the damage has been done.
I can't believe that didn't wall splat, but it doesn't matter because right now Hapon has the life lead and might meter na naman siya. Pero let's see what Machinehead does. Machinehead is good at making these comebacks. The man is good at the robbery. And let's see if he can with Leroy. What? No! Hapon! Shipuken?
Oh no! The Rising One, Rafiki!
Oh my goodness! You know what this means?
What?
You know what this means?
Oh no.
Yung danger zone! The danger zone is close again. Delikado na naman for Machinehead. Machinehead does not get any points, which means Jason still has a chance to go to playoffs.
He does. He has an even better chance here. And look at here, Hapon, very composed. Seems like things went the way he did, and congratulations to him for getting those 3 points. But yeah, Machinehead right now is in a bit of trouble because yun nga, wala siyang points. But let's take a look again kung ano yung nangyari dito sa matchup, because it's an interesting one with the character swap at the beginning.
Oh my goodness, like let's look at these. Because right now, it really did look like Hapon had Machinehead's number on the Eddie. Hapon knows that character in and out. As much as Machinehead is an Eddie main too, Hapon stuck to this man so hard that he basically knew the ins and outs of how crazy Eddie can be. And there was no space whatsoever for Hapon, for Machinehead, I mean, to do whatever offense Eddie could do.
Yeah, and the reason, of course, dun sa Eddie's, apparently, dating main ni Machinehead yun. So, he knew what he was doing with the character as well, but Hapon really was completely prepared for the possible matchup as well, and just played the right cards with his Geese Howard. Even dito dun sa laban nila nung nag-Leroy na si Machinehead.
Yep. Even then, like it looked like Machinehead was. It looked like Machinehead had the chance to go for the robbery there. But once again, Hapon just really was overwhelming. The offense was insane. He had every chance to make sure that Machinehead didn't breathe. But right now, speaking of defense, Smart Omega's Jules is gonna have to face off against Happy Feet Emperor's Don Argus.
Oh, this is another amazing matchup between the when it comes to the character choice and the playstyles as well, because Jules, siya yung pader ng Omega, okay? Siya yung the iron wall of Omega, and Don Argus is one of the most aggressive Eliza users here. Talagang very offensive siya, and it's going to be a challenge to fight against Jules. Back then, Jules was actually on the Marduk.
And that Marduk played off to great success here for Jules, and it really did a lot of work, especially against Don Argus, because Don Argus, as much as his standings say otherwise, this is a very capable player with a lot of offensive, like capabilities as a madman, as one of the mad scientists basically of the nationals. He is just insane. But Jules is a defensive specialist for a reason. Yung Claudio niya, yung Bob niya, even his Marduk are scary picks. And as much as he did bench Jin Kazama, I'm kind of hoping that he will pull that one out for today.
Yeah, that might be an interesting choice nga talaga, especially since kalaban niya ngayon si Don Argus ng Happy Feet Emperors here with a very aggressive playstyle on that Eliza, kasi those parries are gonna be very effective. But then again, hindi naman ganun kadali i-parry yung Eliza ni Don Argus with so much in her arsenal as well. And you can really never predict kung kailan siya lalabas. Even the dive kicks, Don Argus can do deep jump-ins and shallow jump-ins, and he can change yung rhythm ng Eliza niya. So that might be troublesome para kay Jules.
Yep, especially that. And let's not forget, even with a head-to-head record of that, anything can happen. And look, Jules is getting himself ready, getting himself hyped. Let's go. Are we gonna see a Marduk here? We might even possibly see a Steve, considering the fact that Pika uses Steve too. And Jules did talk about the fact that he might be utilizing a lot of characters during the group stage, and we might see more of it. Or what if, Oru, yung Feng? Feng.
No, what?
The damage buffs. The damage buffs.
Did you say Feng? I'm kind of sick because Feng is such an annoying character, right? The damage buffs that you mentioned, ang laki nung inangat ng damage niya. Walang binago sa kanya fundamentally. Sa frames niya, wala ang binago. Sa mga mechanics ng mga moves niya, wala. Talagang binigyan natin ng injection ng steroids. Kaya sobrang lakas ngayon ni Feng. And that is scary. That is a scary thought, young Rafiki. Thank you for bringing that up.
Just getting crazy, and that's what's gonna be scary, right? We were talking about it. We were talking about those Feng buffs, those steroids that they put on him. This man turned from Kung Fu hobo to a madman, but instead we're gonna see a Claudio against the Heihachi. Don Argus pulling it out now.
That is an interesting choice from Don Argus, bringing it out finally here against Jules. So, very offensive din. Actually, yung Heihachi ni Don Argus. So, that is going to be another challenge para kay Jules. Let's see if it can work out. If Jules, actually, on this Claudio, nakita na natin kung paano siya maglaro, very keep out heavy, if he can keep out Don Argus.
Oh my goodness. Immediately, Don Argus just goes at it against Jules. And now, Jules opening his offense. Claudio's moves are limited, but you can be creative with it. And you can see the life, there's so much respect between the two of them as Don Argus goes for the electric, but Jules ducks consistently against him.
Did you see that? An omen out of nowhere. Parang humihinga lang si Don Argus eh. Parang nag-DF1 lang siya, tapos may lumabas na omen. That's how insane yung execution ni Don Argus here. Too bad it didn't connect and Jules gets that first round. But Don Argus looking on point there with that whiff punish and slowly pushing Jules towards the wall.
And let's not forget, Jules did get a consistent punish against it. He's fully aware na punishable yung Blue Spark Omen. That's why he went for the 1-2 kasi -10 yan. And then immediately Don Argus catches Jules with the electric and puts him in the timeout corner. But the side switch might be what he needs.
The good break on that Stonehead from Jules here. Beautiful dunk on the era on Don Argus' side here, but he's trying to find his way out of the corner. Ayaw niya dito sa sulok with the creepy oh my goodness, the exorcist here. And another homing from Jules. 2 straight rounds. Di na nakalabas si Don Argus.
Don Argus was thinking Jules was gonna press a button, but Jules was fully aware na may parry si Heihachi. But instead, Don Argus going with the offense again. We've seen this movie before. Jules is gonna try to mount a comeback, as there is already 50% health with Don Argus, and immediately the electric is gonna put Jules to the wall, and he's dead.
Oh my god, finishing it with a thunder, with a TGF as well, with conviction there from Don Argus. He's not backing away from Jules here, but right when I said it, actually Heihachi backed away.
Just amazing timing, but once again, the 1-1-2 wall splat being utilized here by Don Argus, and he's looking for more options. Once again, neutral hop kick na naman. Don Argus playing with all the bawal in the world. The man is living on cholesterol. You're gonna give Heihachi a heart attack.
That's not good for Heihachi here. Beautiful side. So, pero tinamaan pa rin. Nung second hit, naging Beyblade si Heihachi here, getting carried all the way to the wall. Perfect wall carry from Jules. And it's a 3-1 win para sa kanya. That was an interesting exchange there. You cannot be moving when you know that there is still a second hit na baka lumabas from Claudio.
The tracking was insane off of that second hit. You saw that Don Argus was going immediately for that sidestep, pero natamaan pa rin.
Yeah.
He still got hit with that 1+2 after the 1+2-2, or is that 1+2 1+2 forward 1+2-2? I'm not entirely sure because I just pressed both buttons anyways as a Claudio player. But anyways, what happened was just incredibly unfortunate events there for Don Argus, because once again he's playing this rabid offense to try to throw Jules off. Jules' defense is great, but once again, if you break all the data, he won't expect everything. Persistence will wear down resistance sooner or later, but let's see if Jules can fight back as much as he can, and he did with that first game.
Yeah, he definitely did. Medyo napigilan ni Jules yung offense ni Don Argus. And Don Argus had the right ideas from time for many of the parts dun sa laban nila. He was looking pretty decent on that Heihachi. Medyo nagagamay na niya yung buff. Even going for the Hell Sweep earlier on, which has been adjusted na to be a very threatening low poke here in this game. But now, is he going to make the switch, or gusto pa ba niyang ituloy yung Heihachi madness against dito sa Claudio? Because he does have that Eliza na nakita natin earlier on, and no, he's not switching.
Tuloy-tuloy pa rin. Dito tayo sa Kinder Gym. Let's go to the bouncy castle, and bounce we will, as Don Argus is gonna stay with the Heihachi. The hairline still stays as the side hair stands up even harder.
Yeah, medyo kakaiba yung pinaglalabanan nila no? Hindi bagay doon sa matchup. The two grown adults playing in the playground here. Pero why not? They can do whatever they want, especially with that very beautiful electric Don Argus with an early damage here. Ilang segundo pa na nakalipas, and Jules right now eating some damage here.
Grabe, +7 yun. And Don Argus decides to go for the neutral hop kick, but now Jules now has the control with that wall advantage in his favor. Don Argus looking to steal the turn, trying to get out. The F1, and once again, the F4, I mean, as the gravity zone comes out and plus frames, it don't matter to Don Argus.
30 seconds left. Don Argus with the as well with the range drive. He challenged that so hard, and Don Argus taking that first round with authority.
Absolute authority. Just when you thought he was out, Don Argus makes a comeback. And let's see what he can do against Jules here. He's looking for his options. Once again, the plus frames from the F4. He's trying to fish for it. And he's looking for that hit. Because once again, if you do hit with that F4, the DF1-2 is guaranteed. So he's looking for these damage options, but Jules is really keeping it kosher.
Yeah, he really wants Jules to crouch. Kasi talagang he wants to fish for that DF1-2. But right now, Jules is not giving way here. Going for the pokes, getting the hits on Don Argus here, being an offensive machine.
Hunting
Hawk!
Hawk!
Jump over it, but it was a little bit too far. Masyadong maraming petroleum jelly yung tuhod ni Heihachi, and napalayo yung talon niya. And that took away his life. Now, Jules here, early damage on the third round. Don Argus still fighting back. Huge Demon Slayer.
That Demon Slayer is gonna have to be the first step for Don Argus for the recovery here. Tsunami kicks, you'd lose your turn, but it doesn't matter because you are Heihachi. You still have tools to try to take it back. And now Jules is one mix-up away, one combo away from dying. But he is also one mix-up away from Rage. And there it is, the pokes coming out.
Oh! The reversal from Don Argus. Na-expect niya, nabasa niya si Jules. Parang libro lang. You know, anyways, that was very well placed from Don Argus.
And now, Don Argus looking for the Okizeme. Two schools of thought here. Is it, do you want the positional advantage or do you want the Okizeme advantage? And Don Argus chooses to go for the Okizeme. And there, Power Crush, ginamit ni Jules. But he does get woken up rudely by that wake-up low kick.
A little bit too far. Hindi sapat yung range buff dun sa jab for the punish here from Don Argus. He does have the life lead. 30 seconds left on the clock. Jules backing away. Both players being very patient. Checking lang dito, here and there. There's the homing from Jules. Gets a knockdown on Don Argus. For 2 as well, and burns the Ray Drive and gets the round. Final round here between these two.
And you gotta see where this is going. This is big for both players. Maximum wall carry for Don Argus, but doesn't get the 4-1+2 after. And now, look at this, because Jules is spacing himself, looking for Don Argus, and immediately goes with the instant Ira, and another one!
Oh, those Iras really pile on. Talagang ang lakas ng bounce. Now tries to go for the reversal again, but it was a gravity zone on the side of Jules. And that's a 3-2 with the rounds and 2 straight wins para kay Jules. Smart Omega walks away with 3 points.
Okay, so for the people at home, yung laglag barya, the gravity zone, the down 2-2, it's not a natural combo. Pero if counter hit, it is. And Don Argus went for the key charge parry. That is a legitimate option, but immediately gets you into a counter hit state and immediately you get launched by the laglag barya.
That's true. And even if that was not a counter hit talaga, ang hirap din i-block nun, sobrang bilis eh. Pero let's take a look at how this match turned out because they stuck with their characters, right? Claudio versus Heihachi right from the get-go, and Jules played it really well with this Claudio pick.
And it really did so well for Jules, and you could see like he's fully aware of Heihachi's options, Heihachi's tools, and immediately chooses the right option for the right time, and that's what makes Jules such a top performer talaga. And Don Argus showing off his chops with this Heihachi, but it wasn't enough. Kasi in the end, Jules gets this 2-0, and that unfortunate sidestep, it tracked all the way, and Don Argus was a little too early.
Medyo malaki yung hitbox niya, no? Kahit na nasa gilid siya, tinamaan pa rin siya. Don Argus did really well here. You see that challenge with that jab into the rage art. Very beautiful decision there from Argus. Nasobrahan sa skillan si Heihachi nung napalayo yung talon.
And see, that's once again, this time Jules was fully aware after that, diba? Like he saw that parry being utilized by Don Argus. If he knows na I can possibly steal this turn. So here, after he sees that, immediately goes for the laglag barya and immediately takes Don Argus out for a ride, takes his money, takes his points, and congratulations to Jules, he got 3 points. Yeah. And of course, the last match of the day is also another Jules match against BRE Pro's Maru.
Oh, that is some serious stuff there. Maru, the king of the hill right now. 14-5 head-to-head record. Ang layo pala nung head-to-head record nila. Jules now trying to challenge for the throne here. Kasi malapit lang yung points niya. He's not really that far, but Maru is pretty much leagues away from the rest of the competition so far right here. So this is going to be a preview between these two players. Nakita na natin how they played in day number 5. Jules actually bringing out that Warang, which was such a surprising pick.
The last time they faced off against each other, it was really good stuff here from Jules, but Maru staying with that, how do I describe it? Going with that Julia, afterwards, really did pay off for him. Kasi the Julia was punishing at the right time, just getting the right things at the right time. And honestly, it really did feel like Jules' Warang was a good litmus test, but Maru just passed it with flying colors.
Yeah, it was a very strange pick mula kay Jules, pero he performed really well with the character. On the other hand, Maru, with his numerous characters as well, has been performing spectacularly here in the competition. Yung Brian niya at 63%, Fakumram at a whopping 71% actually. and even the Julia being picked 3 times at 67%. On the other hand, we do have Jules.
And Jules right now is looking real hot. A complete evolution from the last season. Galing sa previous season. He's been, how do I describe it? He's a fully evolved character. He has become more comfortable with the stage he's in. Dito sa the Nationals, he's been such a powerful force as a player. And now on his last match for today, it's gonna be a total slobber knocker. Kasi once again, this is against top performer Maru. And Maru is such a great player, and Jules is feeling hot. The momentum is in his favor.
Yeah, after yung previous na laban niya, he is definitely all warmed up. Maru, on the other hand, looking all smiles here so far. Very comfortable actually kasi he is pretty much guaranteed. Siya yung nasa pinakataas ngayon ng competition, and he is quite a few points ahead from the second place. He's at 36 and yung second place is at around 32. So talagang medyo relaxed siya ngayon, and he is just going to be showing us what else he can do. This is an opportunity for Maru to maintain yung impression niya as quite a strong competitor para dun sa rest of the competition. Para naglalagay siya ng takot sa kanila.
Absolutely, and he really needs to make sure that he doesn't drop a single game at all. As you said, you need to put fear. You need to put some sort of message na I am a top performer.
Yes.
I am ready, and I want to get to that finals once again. And none of you are safe. From this moment on, none of you are safe.
Yeah, that is a massive statement being made by Maru so far. Hindi for the longest time, di natin siya nakikita sa pinakatuktok, right? Parang ito yata yung first time na nakita natin sa pinakatuktok ng standings dito sa the Nationals, and he's been holding it really well even from the very start ng ating Pro League. Sobrang consistent ng performance niya. He's been dangling at around the top 3 spots, and right now holding it steady at the very top. So let's see how this match is going to turn out. Sinong mga characters yung gagamitin nila?
Let's see indeed, because this is gonna be big. This is gonna be Jules with the Devil Jin and Maru with the Julia. Parang ano to ya? Parang franchise face-off ng Season 2, Signal Ultra Warriors.
Oh yeah. Ito yun eh. The Julia Chang, who that was from Nature Lover, and the Devil Jin from Vermilion. But of course, ang napapanood natin ngayon is Maru going up against Jules. And Jules actually bringing out the Devil Jin. Nagawa na niya to dati, earlier on. And look at that talent prediction. 100% kay Maru.
Oh, let's see how Jules can prove that wrong. As right now, even though the numbers are in Maru's favor, Jules has the talent to really prove a lot of people wrong, especially with the Devil Jin in his hands. Such a complete Mishima, and look at the execution. Immediately wave dash into the electric, and now Maru looking for that bow and arrow and gets the damage in.
Yeah, getting those hits that he really needs is Maru. But this return from Jules is going to even out the scales, tip it in his favor as well, and taking the first round. So even though maganda yung advantage ni Maru at the beginning, the comeback factor from this Devil Jin is just insane.
Absolutely, and right now Jules does have the round lead, and Maru looking like he wants to find the options here, but then that is a beautiful punish off of that hell sweep. You have to be fully aware of your surroundings. Even if Jules hasn't pulled it out yet, he's gonna pull it out sooner or later. And if it's by the wall, there might be one of those.
Yeah, and you don't want to be by the wall, especially right now against Julia Chang. Jules tried to return fire here, but Maru tried to get a proper position. Jules locking him down with those back forward 2-1s. The lows are coming in. Good interrupt from Jules. Gets the rage up as well. A little bit too close to the floor, to the wall, and does not get the Heaven's Door as well. Oh no.
Oh my goodness, what a wall bounce! This is gonna be big! As Jules gets himself 2 rounds, and straight to the infinite stage we go. It's a battle of neutral between the two of these players. And let's see what Maru has in store for movement and awareness. Of course, remember, Mishima is sidestep left. Let's see if Maru has done his homework. Instead, Jules hides it and immediately goes for the hell sweep.
Bilis ng hell sweep na yun. Getting that combo as well against Maru, but Jules nalilito ako sa mga characters. Maru here getting that huge launch out as well against Jules, trying to stay alive here in this round, catching him once more. Jules is in the red. He does have the rage art and the rage drive. He can still make a comeback here.
And what a low berry from Jules! What a madman from Smart Omega's Jules. The The defense of this man is unmatched. And right now, that is punishable though.
A good presence of mind para kay Maru getting that round as well. Even though this infinite stage actually kind of puts a disadvantage on Julia kasi medyo nawala ng saysay yung wall carry niya, right? And instead, it's gonna play in Jules' favor, who can just go for the 50-50s on this Devil Jin.
Yep, the Wraith Kick being utilized there. Good stuff here from Jules. And once again, Maru trying to keep it kosher, trying to look for his space, looking for his openings. But Jules gets a beautiful sidestep and puts Maru 1 pixel away from Rage. Good punish from Maru.
Yeah, perfect punish there. Gets the damage follow-up as well. Wraith Kick, another one from Jules here. Maru medyo nasa pula na siya. A Party Crasher comes in. He's going for the offense here. 1 knockdown from Jules and he catches him with that quick low as well. 3-1. Smart Omega Jules takes the first game.
Yep, generic down 4, good stuff. It always is a good tool to close out. Small damage, sure, but if you have such a massive life lead, you're allowed to what do you call this? Utilize, because if I'm not mistaken, are the punishes for generic down 4 small, or are they actually like launch?
They are big. I'm not sure how big it is, but definitely it's not the safest low that you can go for, especially against especially in any situation. Basically, they're not the safest low, pero they do have the range and they do have the speed as well. Mabilis silang, they're a quick low and they reach pretty far depending na lang sa legs ng character mo. But that is usually the reasoning kung bakit nila ginagamit yung move na yan.
Like it's one of those things, right? Like it's not a safe poke, but it's a quick one. It's something you don't expect. And once again, this has to be the character changing stage for Maru. Let's see if he's gonna stick to that Julia, or is he gonna pull out something else against something as scary as a Devil Jin, a complete Mishima like Devil Jin. Are we gonna see something like say an Ana? Are you gonna see something like a let's say a Dragunov? Are we gonna who, by the way, has been recently buffed too, as like we did talk about this backstage. Yung down 2 niya, a good force crouch and stuff like that.
But one thing I want to see is the Leo. Oh no, you are actually right there, Rafiki. It's the Dragunov with the not even the brand new, the unvaulted down 2 from way back. Talagang force crouch na ulit. Medyo mapapaisip na sila kung paano sila gagalaw afterward. So let's see if that works out against Jules.
Bawal mag-sidestep. Bawal na mag-sidestep kasi force crouch ka. So this is gonna be big. This is actually this is shades of like season 1 Tekken, not even season 1 national, season 1 Tekken. Like the way this match is going, as we're seeing the Devil Jin and the good punish here from Jules, seeing the whiff there from Maru. And this is gonna be a poke fest at the start, but immediately, just as I say that, a launcher comes out.
Ang liit ng stage already in the corner is Maru with a huge life deficit as well. The Wraith Kick comes in. Maru's gonna be chopping away though that down 2 force crouch na yan, and Jules blocking the second one and the third one as well. Beautiful punish from Jules. Gets the first round. Ang laki ng life lead niya.
Napakalaki talaga, as Jules is immediately tries to go for the momentum there, and then the whiff gets caught by Maru. But just as I say that, the sides have been switching, and may control na naman si Jules dito as Maru goes for the plus frames, and immediately there's still an option for you to sidestep the down 2, but not after the down 2 to get hit by it. But now Jules is putting Maru in rage.
He is with some fantastic conversions as well. Si Maru sinusubukan niya makalabas, binabalik siya ni Jules sa kanto, pero this side swap is helping out Maru somehow. He has the red, he has the rage, the 1-1-2 however puts him out of his misery, and Jules with 2 straight rounds against Maru.
Yep, and now Jules right now looking so dominant with this Devil Jin, the Devil within. He benched Jin and put up the Demon Horns, as right now Maru is gonna does have a life deficit. He's up against the wall. This is not where you want to be, against a Devil Jin. And good duck here from Jules.
The resplat as well, and the spinning demon to finish things off. 3 straight rounds. May sinasabi si Jules with that performance, and he's saying, you don't belong at the top, I do. And that is a dominating performance from Smart Omega's Jules.
And of course, sidestep Lance giving his pat at the shoulder for Maru. And right now, Jules, our season 2 anime protagonist, the Iron Wall, is now looking like $1 million.
Yeah.
He is now fully evolved to our new format, to our new season, and he has become so unlocked that he is, how do I describe it? Just too scary to deal with right now.
Yes, he is. Actually, lahat ng mga nasa bandang taas, right? Si Maru being very oppressive before, and now Jules once again returning with his momentum. Let's take a look at how that match turned out, especially starting off with the Julia versus the Devil Jin here between Maru and Jules.
And you can see that Jules is completely comfortable with the Devil Jin. He knows the very basics of Mishima, and he knows the approach that Devil Jin has. He doesn't shy away from it at all.
Yeah, not that's it. You really don't want to shy away from the Devil Jin as well, kasi otherwise puro 50-50 yung mga haharap mo. And Julia Chang is pretty good at being offensive as well, and Maru tried to make it happen, but Jules had amazing read and amazing movement with the character. So this is a really good pick and really good performance from Jules with the Devil Jin. Definitely something na kailangan alalahanin ng mga players. So baka lumabas yung Devil Jin ni Jules, medyo nakakatakot yun.
Nakakatakot talaga yung D-Bell, and of course Jules has been using it at its fullest. Honestly, yung pangkabuhayang hell sweeps, yung mga yung like the pokes, the defense is still there. Putting an offensive character on a defensive specialist just makes him such a complete guy, and that's what Jules is right now. He's utilizing the good offense of Devil Jin, but staying true to his signature Omega defense, and it's just so well done. Maru couldn't open him up at all.
Parang tubig eh, no? Especially it's not even just the defense with the blocking, it's the movement ni Jules. Talagang alam niya kung kailan siya magsa-sidestep, nababasa niya kung kailan maglo-low si Maru earlier on. It's like trying to catch air when it comes to fighting Jules. So that is a scary thought when you're going to be going up against him. And that is a pretty scary thing, Rafiki.
It honestly is, but you know what's not scary? Knowing that there's still one more day of the Nationals, as that is our final match for today. But don't worry, guys, we still have a post-show waiting for all of you. And once again, you guys are watching the National Season 3 Tekken Conference Pro League Group Stage Day 4. I'm Ernest Yorofiki Bizon, and here with me is Porkun. We'll be right back, because there's a post-show coming.
Welcome back to the National Season 3 Tekken Conference Group Stage Day number 4. Once again, I am your host. My name is Vil. And later on, mga kaibigan, syempre, ipapakita natin sa inyo yung post-show. But before that, we have a very, very special guest for tonight. Of course, we have Coach Pika from Smart Omega. Hey, what is up, Pika? What is up?
Hi, Vil. Oh my gosh. It's so nostalgic in a way, hearing your voice amongst all people. But I'm good.
Dude.
Thank you. How are you?
Super good. Okay na okay ako. And to be honest, sobrang tagal na natin hindi nagkikita. Hopefully sa susunod na season ng The Nationals is magkakasama na tayo sa studio if okay na tayo lahat, of course. Pero syempre, I have a few questions sa'yo, Pika, para syempre to get you know more para sa mga nanonood din sa mga bahay-bahay natin. Pero yun nga, first question, paano maging pogi araw-araw, Pika?
Hi. You asked the wrong guy. Wala akong pera dun.
Kidding. Pero ito, I just wanna ask you, kung paano nakapag-adapt si Jules better to online, and ano yung thoughts nyo on getting machine heads na kinuha nyo sa first ng draft?
Yeah, okay. So the first question, yung adaptation ni Jules sa online setting. To be honest with you, it's not just him. We both had to. Even though I know that for the season hindi ako maglalaro, I had to adapt as well. Kasi syempre, there are certain mindsets that you have to put in an online game setting, especially kasi yung feeling ng online versus LAN is completely different. So what we had to do is, of course, to be more comfortable with your surroundings being isolated. And we all know that, given the pandemic, we had to learn how to play by ourselves without the energy of the outside world.
Yeah.
Especially kasi, di ba, most Tekken players, if not all of them, they function a lot better if they're being hyped. So in this case, parang nag-adjust kami in a setting wherein it's just one unit and then it's just you over there and complete focus ba? I mean, I know it's pretty cliche, pero mas mag-focus ka sa online setting. Lalo in an online setting, most times hindi mo kilala yung kalaban. In the Nationals, it's different naman kasi kilala mo sila. Pero since matagal mo na silang hindi nakakalaro, you have to be more flexible. So to answer your question, siguro what I imported with Jules is to keep an open mind. To keep a very liberated way of thinking na anything can happen online. And yung kay Machinehead naman, sige, gaya nga ng mga sinabi ng mga casters nun, I could honestly feel the shock. And I felt the shock back then nung pinili namin si Machinehead.
Yeah.
Because truth be told, merong mga ibang people who thought of someone else to be in our team. Pero, again, may sinabi ako before na sometimes you don't need to fight with a sword. Sometimes you have to fight with a shield. Kasi that's one way of playing Tekken. You don't necessarily need to attack all the time kung makunat ka naman. So realistically speaking, si Machinehead came to mind being a synonymous style, and I know that may mga casters na rin tayo and host na nagsabi no na si Machinehead tsaka si Jules halos parehas ng style eh. So that said, yung magiging way of teaching ko sa kanila, parehas na rin. Kasi parehas na sila ng pinanggalingan na root style eh. So again, yun. That's basically what I was thinking back then.
Kumbaga, in terms of synergy, makukuha nila agad yun. Yeah. Okay. Kilala mo na yung mga players mo all the way na sobrang tagal na. Mainly kay Jules, of course. Siyempre, brother mo siya. And si Machinehead na rin. Pero, ever since Season 1 up until here to Season 3, ano-ano yung mga growth na nakita mo sa mga players mo ngayon?
Okay, sige. Starting with Jules, of course. Since he's my brother, I knew for a fact, since day 1 na nagde-Tekken siya, na he has an innate game sense. Meron siyang inborn na decision-making skills na I haven't seen, or I myself could not do the same way. So, dumating sa point na from Season 1, Season 2, Season 3, ang pinaka natuwa ako sa naging change niya is, even with that game sense, even with that decision-making, parang, if I'm gonna be more modest, hindi niya na ako kailangan sometime.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Na parang hindi ko na kailangan bumulong. That's one evolution na nakita ko sa kanya. It means na I completely trust him na into getting into a game. We tackle information pero hindi ibig sabihin nun na ako pa rin yung magde-decide for him. Kaya niya na eh. I can let him go. And plus, you saw it naman na may diversity na siya ng characters na pinagplanuhan namin pero siya mismo yung nagpusa na, uy, gusto ko to. I like this character. I'm gonna use this character. As for, let's go to Jason naman. Si Jason kasi, again, he and I, we share the same character pool. Natutuwa naman ako doon. Plus, again, just like Jules, he grew his own wings. There's that. With a formerly si Gio naman, ganun din. As for Machinehead naman, ang gusto kong growth niya is a different approach towards the game. Yeah. It's hard to dissect that now, pero yung approach niya sa game ngayon, na I'm glad na medyo nabago ko yun. Yeah. So yun yung natuwa ako.
It's like thinking outside the box din talaga.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. Okay, itong susunod na question ko is ito yung mga tanong ng mga casters natin. So first question is, with the recent patch, who do you think won the hardest as characters or players?
Okay. That's a tricky one kasi ang lakas nung ang lakas ng mga characters ngayon eh. Yeah. Honestly, sobrang nakakagulat yung naging patch, especially when it dropped yesterday. And siguro Armor King is one of them. And this is with no bias. Dahil Armor King main ako. Pero malakas talaga. Lumakas siya ng solid. Kasi yung mga nasa wishlist ko, personally, nabigay. Dumating dun sa character. Plus, a lot more. Personally, yun yung nakikita ko. He's one of the most improved. Si Lily din. And we saw that earlier too. The difference that was given to Lily was drastic enough for her to be noticed again. Some characters naman, medyo, again, nag-shy away sa spotlight, like Lydia. So, whoever used Lydia before, I'm pretty sure medyo naging conscious din sila dun sa change. So, I would say na Lydia users, beware. Lily users, rejoice. Armor King users, talagang victory ano talaga. Yeah. So, whoever would choose those characters, I think sila yung winners.
Ito ba, going into the playoffs, I just want to ask you, sino yung pinaka nakakatakot ngayon na player ngayon sa Nationals after that recent update?
Wow. Sige, I'll be very honest, everyone is a threat in my opinion, and they always have been threats. Pero siguro ako nakaka-nervous yung mga katulad ni Maru eh. Isa yan eh. Isa yan si Maru eh. Si Vermilion also. Si Maru sa Vermilion. And in my personal opinion, si Hapon. These guys, kasi for me, ang babayaran mo na dun sa kanila yung experience na eh. Yun na yung pinakakatakutan mo sa kanila eh. So they know how the flow goes. They know how the group stage is, and they know already what adjustments they have to make going into the playoffs. So regardless of who among those we face, there's always that sense of caution talaga kasi nakatakot na players.
All right, okay. Lastly, ano yung message mo sa team mo ngayon? O, di ba? Parang jacket, mamimigay ka ng jacket, di ba? Huwag ka lang iiyak. Yeah. Ikaw huwag ka lang iiyak kasi pag umiyak ka, iba na yun. Ano yung message mo sa team mo ngayon?
Yeah, okay, so first and foremost, kay Machinehead muna. Welcome to the brotherhood, the fraternity as we call it. Because in Omega, we consider, especially in Tekken, we consider all of our acquisitions, all of our players as brothers. So welcome to the team, and thank you that you also trust our judgment. You also trust our methods, our ways here, and you also trust me to give the info and to help you with being a better player. Thank you so much. As for Jules, ito na yung kailangan ko yata ng melodramatic konti ng music. Pero
yeah, dude.
Pero kay Jules, buddy, as your coach, you continue to surprise me, and thank you for that. Again, you grew your wings. I gave you those teeny tiny wings when we were starting, but now the wingspan is beyond me, and I'm more than grateful that you're doing this. Thank you so much. As a brother, let's keep at it. You stay inspired as I am, and I love you. On to the next one.
Oh, so sweet. I know na habang pinapanood ni Jules to, nakangiti siya and later on you're gonna hug each other for sure. Pero this is the time na if you want to give shout out to your friends and families at lahat na sumusuporta sa Smart Omega. Let's go.
Okay, so real quick, to everyone, thank you so much for supporting Smart Omega from the get-go. You've been there with us regardless of how the days turn out. We're very thankful. And the trust that you give to our team, maraming salamat. Shoutouts, of course, to our families, not just my own. To our fans, to our friends, to our supporters. Sa mga, alam ko itong dalawang to, Vil, may mga inspirasyon to blink eh. So,
syempre.
Ikaw
rin, meron din. Ikaw rin.
So mga inspiration, you know how we do. And again, thank you so much, guys. Keep on supporting the scene. Maraming.
And that is your Coach Pika of Smart Omega, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, Pika, and hope to see you soon, brother. Ingat ka lagi. Thank you.
You too, everybody. Please stay safe. Bye-bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, napanood din na narinig na rin, of course, yung mga nasa puso and yung mga thoughts as well ni Coach Pika. So on to the next one, of course. Kasama ko naman, of course, yung mga dalawang nagpopogi ang casters natin. We have Porcon and syempre si Young Rafiki to talk about kung ano ba ang nangyari ngayong araw. And I really can't wait for that because today is a very, very special day. Kasi grabe yung mga matches ngayon, bros. I mean, to be honest, meron tayong nakita talagang ultimate switch. Isipin mo, yung isang player nag-edit, yung isang player nag-gaze, nagpalitan talaga sila. So, anong masasabi niyo sa mga matches ngayon? Let's start with Young Rafiki.
Well, to be honest, it delivered. I was expecting a bunch of matches na napaka-exciting talaga. Like, I'd be on my seat all the time. I'd probably break a few eardrums kasi na-excite na ako ng sobra. That was what I got. I got the best day of my life seeing this kind of Tekken with all the matches, yung Hapon versus Machinehead, Jules basically tearing up the roof, AK with Paul, everything was there. Like I got my money's worth if my tickets pa ako.
How about you, Poru?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to agree with Rafiki. Talagang everybody delivered and nakita natin yung iba't ibang klaseng Tekken. Sobrang colorful ng mga matches na nakita natin today. From gameplay na sobrang technical, back and forth, talagang nakikita mong pinag-iisipan nila yung mga galaw nila, to matches na talagang hindi mo maintindihan kasi talagang diretso sa puso yung nilalabas nila and there's really no rhyme or reason dun sa moves na, but somehow it still works. I'm looking at you, AK. How are you making that happen? But it's been a crazy day just because of all those kinds of matches.
Pag-uusapan natin yan later on, pero syempre tignan muna natin kung ano ba yung nangyari today. Yung standings natin, yung leaderboard sa atin, ladies and gentlemen, kung may nagbago ba, sino ba ngayon ang nasa top 5? And now, this is the top 5 as of May 29, which is today. Maru still nasa taas pa rin siya with 36 points, followed by Jules, next Vermilion, next AK. Ito talaga yung gusto kong pag-usapan dito, yung Rafiki and Poru. AK brings back Paul kanina, winning his matches against Coffer Prince and Vermilion. The question is this the return of AK? Nagpahinga lang ba siya ng konti at ngayon magpapasabog ulit siya? Let's start with Poru.
Nung AK na nagpanalo ng 4 na championships back then, and it wasn't even just the Paul nilabas niya na sobrang nakakabaliw, nilabas din niya yung Shaheen kanina. Ang sobrang tagal na natin hindi nakikita yung Shaheen na yun, and it's still a huge headache para sa kahit sinong makakalaban doon. That's a scary thing to expect from AK.
Yeah, how about you, Rafiki?
Parang kinukulangan lang siya ng asukal eh.
Coke pa.
Konting soft drinks lang, yun na.
Konting soft drinks pa, man.
Konting soft drinks, yun na. And then he became such a threat. And he became like the AK of old. That's all he needed. Like a little push and a little more. And now we're seeing the AK of old. We're seeing the one of the best in the Philippines come back to form. And there's still tomorrow and there's still playoffs, so there's so much that we can see from him here.
So, ibig sabihin, talagang kulang sa asukal lang talaga si AK. Pero ngayon, sugar rush. This is sugar rush, man, na ginagawa ni AK ngayon. At tuloy-tuloy na to. And isipin nyo, galing siya sa pinakababa, probably 7. Pero ngayon, nasa 4th place na siya. I mean, sobrang laking jump nun. Pero, tingnan naman natin ngayon yung second part ng ating player standings. The next 5. Kunicat sitting on the 6th place, Coffee Pin 7, Machinehead sa 8th place, followed by Jason sa 9th place and Don Argus sa last place. Pero ito, pag-usapan muna natin to Jason and Kunicat, one of the best games so far na nakita natin. Jason, napag-usapan din natin na yung Armor King is really working for him, knowing na na-buff nga si Armor King ngayon. Pero Kunicat still winning that match. Ang gina-ask you guys, kaya pa ba na makaalis si Jason sa 9th place? Yung Rafiki.
Actually, now that because he won against Don Argus, yung danger zone natin is actually upwards. Sina Coffee Prince, sina Machinehead, Kunicat are all in threat, are all threatened by Jason rising to the top. If he wins all his games tomorrow, the next day, dun sa day 10 natin, he is on the verge of going to the playoffs, and there is a big chance na may tiebreakers and whatnot. But all I'm saying is Jason still has such a massive chance, and in fact he can threaten every single person here dito sa bottom half natin.
Yeah, ang nakita ko dito is actually Kunicat. Kunicat winning all his matches. Nung unang part nga ng nationals, nung play-ins pa, Kunicat is getting on top. Isipin mo, nasa top siya ng leaderboards, pero ngayon medyo bumaba rin siya. Pero Kunicat slowly and surely rising up again. Is this the rise of Kunicat? What do you think, Poro?
I think it is. Ang ganda ng momentum niya ngayon with yung character niya, yung Kunimitsu. Nung earlier parts nung ating group stages, even in the play-ins, medyo nagte-testing din siya ng ibang character pero hindi gumagana in his favor. So, the decision to stick with his character and then grow as a player dun sa character na yon, it really is showing. He's bringing the fight to some of the best players here, yung mga pros natin, and it's quite the performance for a rookie, isa sa mga pinakabago nating player dito sa Pro League. So
yeah.
Actually,
ito to be honest, ang kailangan din talagang kabahan dito is actually Machinehead. Ano yung kailangan gawin ni Machinehead para di ma-eliminate dito yung Rafiki?
Just win. That's it. Play his game, just win.
Yeah, of course. Basically, really that's it, dude.
It really is. Kasi Machinehead is clutch. Machinehead has seen the playoffs. Machinehead has, in fact, reached third. Ano ba yun? Third or fourth? Third, di ba? Third sa Season 1, Conference 1.
Yes, that's right.
Third place. And you know na, right now, he's more evolved than ever. Kasi not only does he have a geese, he has many more characters up his sleeve, and under the tutelage of Coach Pika, who said na Machinehead is growing. There's so much potential for him to basically dominate the playoffs, but all he needs to do is think about the next day and win. That's it.
To be honest, nag-uusap-usap kaming mga talents sa group chat, sa Facebook, or anything. Sinasabi namin na talagang sobrang nalulungkot kami, to be honest, dito kay Don Argus. Because he's actually eliminated na dito sa Nationals. Kasi to be honest, if napalano niya lahat nung mga games na dito, may chance pa sana eh. Pero yun nga lang, his first loss kanina kay Jason, sobrang heartbreaking talaga yun sa kanya. What are your message dito kay Jim? Poro?
Well, he played really well. He should be proud actually kung yun sa narating niya. Kasi ang layo ng narating niya, he qualified. Actually, he fought for the chance to play here in the Pro League. So talagang deserving siya nung spot niya dito. And ang layo nung narating niya, he made it all the way to the group stages, and he should be proud with what he's achieved. And I look forward to seeing kung saan pa siya madadala ng Tekken skills niya.
How about you, Ranger Fiki?
Jim, I've been a fan of you for basically since the start of the Nationals. I've always been a fan of how aggressive you are, how you stay true to your ninja way, I'd like to call it. And yun talaga, you basically rode the wave of your own efforts, and you've gotten as far as you can. And this is the end of the road, but that doesn't mean it's the end of your Tekken career. You are legitimately one of the best here in the Philippines. And you should be proud that you are still nationals level and you will be nationals level in the future. Albonatics for life.
At saka syempre marami pa naman tayo. I mean, may season 4 pa, may season 5 pa.
Yes.
Syempre, ano yan ito na yung pagbangon ni Jem or ni Don Argus for sure. Makikita natin na sa season 4 and season 5. Pero yun nga lang mga kaibigan, this is actually yung next na thing na inaabangan natin at natin mga talents. Syempre is yung mga predictions natin kung sino ba ang number 1. But before that, ladies and gentlemen, tingnan muna natin yung schedule on a Sunday if it's gonna be really explosive for sure. Because Jason and Hapon will gonna fire up sa ating first game. Next, actually, Jules versus Jason. Hapon and Maru for the third game. Coffee Prince and Jules for the fourth game. Next, it's Maru versus Kunicat. And for the second segment, for Sunday again, it's actually really exciting kasi makikita ulit natin yung mga players natin like AK, like CUW Vermilion, like that. Coffee Prince from Happy Feet Emperors versus Machinehead from Smart Omega. Up next is Kunicat from Signal Ultra Warriors versus Don Argus from Happy Feet Emperors. Next, Vermilion versus Machinehead. And last but not the least, it's Don Argus versus AK from Lost Auto Group Playbook Esports Eagle. So, makikita ulit tayo tomorrow for some mainit na Tekken action. But eto na mga kaibigan, ang talagang inaantay din naming mga talents at ang inaantay din ng mga tao syempre, yung mga predictions natin. Kung sino ba ang number 1 at sino ba ang pinakahuli. Actually, nag-uusap-usap nga kami. Yung pinakahuli, walang sweldo. Yung mandili.
No, kailangan namin kumain.
Yung tipong manlilibre. Pero yeah, I really want to see yung predictions natin ng mga talents. At nangunguna, ladies and gentlemen, it's still Mika Fabelia with 71%, followed by Punch Spice, 60%, Dr. Jimmy. Ito yung no? Siya yung coach ni Mika dito no? Pero but still si Mika pa rin talaga nananalo. With 60%, Poru with 60%, Eliza Taylor with 59%. Si Eliza medyo nasa taas na dati pero mukhang bumaba na ata. The question is, tuloy-tuloy na ba to or makakabawi si Eliza Taylor dito? So syempre, tignan naman natin yung next batch ng talent predictions natin. Sino ba ang pinaka-lowest? Oh my God! Oh my God! The Ville with 59% tied kami ni Eliza, followed by Kid with the 54%, Like May with the 53%, Raf with 51%, Young Rafiki. Dude, what happened? Young Rafiki, bro. Ba't yata ikaw nasa baba?
I want to believe, dude. Yeah, I want to believe. Yan lang talaga.
Yeah, dude. Pero ang pinakababa is ito yung time na pwede kang manlilibre kaya ata. Pag nakita-kita tayo.
Ikaw yung nagbigay ng Ikaw nagbigay ng ideya. Pwede Tekken na lang natin.
Tekken. Pwede.
Taya ko yung yung rating ko.
Yeah, dude.
Tekken na lang natin.
Oo. Pero in terms of predictions, ladies and gentlemen, sino ba ang top performer ngayong araw, di ba? Makikita, it's actually like Kamea with 78% success rate. Talagang, ang mali lang niya is actually si Machinehead versus Hapon and Maru versus Jules. Dalawa lang yung mali niya. That is really interesting. Actually, it's been my dream na mapunta dito sa top performer of the day. Ano rin yan, no? Pang post din sa Facebook yan, pang flex lang.
Actually.
Parang ganun din siya, yeah. Yeah, dude. I mean, we've seen the projections, yung standings ng mga talents, we've seen the top performer of the day. Pero tignan naman natin yung audience predictions, ladies and gentlemen. Tignan natin kung tama ba yung mga predictions nung mga nanonood kayo, yung mga nanonood ngayon. If tama ba yung mga predictions nyo na mananalo dito sa mga players natin ngayon. 67% success rate sa mga manonood natin dyan. And actually, sobrang dami din sobrang dami din talaga na nag-believe din. And it's all about din sa support na pinapakita nila sa mga to supportahan din ng players na it's fine kahit magkamali sila sa audience prediction as long as masuportahan nila yung mga players na talagang gusto nilang manalo. It's actually good. No worries about that. Wala namang mawawala sa kanila eh. It's all about the support and the love dun sa mga players na gusto nila manalo. And up next, ladies and gentlemen, ano ba ang ating comment of the day? Sino ba ang pinakamagandang words of wisdom dito? Oh, it's actually Ron Muyot! My guy, Maru versus Jules. These two have been consistent since the play-ins, and I think it would be safe to say that they already have guaranteed slots in the playoffs. What we're about to see today is a preview of what could happen come the playoffs. This is actually true. Parang sneak peek na pwede mangyari sa playoffs. What can you say about this, young Rafiki?
Honestly, there's nothing wrong about what Hot E says. Ron's so correct na Maru versus Jules is going to be one of the most exciting things ever for playoffs, and all of their matches will always be bangers. Kasi it's exactly what happened there, Sano. Like for today, like we were talking about matchups na inaabangan natin, and Maru versus Jules was a great closer talaga for today.
How about you, Poru?
Yeah, definitely true yung sinabi niya, pero hindi lang siya basta preview ng darating sa playoffs eh. It could also be potentially something na makita natin sa bandang taas nga ng playoffs eh, even in the finals, considering yung placement nilang dalawa ngayon sa rankings. They're the top 2 players. Sila may pinakamataas na points, so talagang very dominating yung performance nila so far compared to the competition.
And it's really amazing din syempre na makikita dito si Ron. Talagang alam natin na matagal natin yung kaibigan and one of the biggest support here in the Tekken community. A big shout out to you, Ron. Pero ladies and gentlemen, this has been your National Season 3 and really can't wait din sa mangyayari bukas. And actually, yung mga matches ngayon, sobrang action-packed. It's like tulad nga na sinabi ni Ron, this is like a preview or sneak peek on what will happen sa ating playoffs. Ladies and gentlemen, if you want to watch again the Nationals, tune into the Nationals on TV. Catch your replays of the matches on One Sports and One Sports Plus via Signal TV the day after at 4 p.m. Ladies and gentlemen, for the last time, we are your times for the day. I'm your host. My name is Vil, and I'm with my casters. I'm with young Rafiki and Porkun. Thank you very much for tuning in, and see you again tomorrow here in the National Season 3 Second Conference Group Stage. Thank you for watching. Good night.